The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Please help us, Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell them my name.
They're all a part of it. They're all parts of it.
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill, episode 175. A minute ago I gave Dan the totally wrong number and he went along with it and never no!
Jesus.
Just before we started. Welcome. If
Welcome.
It's your first time, welcome back. If it's the...
Hang on a minute. If it's your first time, welcome front.
That's it. If it's...
If you're a regular listener,
welcome back.
and if you like to pop along
Fucking
now and
hell.
again, pop him around the side.
Okay, I have to write it down. My brain just goes, nah, we're going to put these words in different orders and you're just going to say it. So
And I'm just going to smile at you while you enjoy
Every audience-
every episode.
And every audience could be like, why don't you just get a little fucking... I could do a little catchphrase, couldn't I? A little thing, jingle I could put into it.
You good?
That's
Welcome, everyone, to episode 175 of the podcast on Haunted Hill.
Happy birthday to you.
Me.
Happy birthday to you.
It's my birthday.
You.
It is my birthday episode. Exciting. Very excited to discuss the two films that I've picked, but also very excited to just be happy and birthday boy. I'm
Yeah.
the birthday boy.
And Dan dropped me something earlier which I was just shocked with, and I think it's a problem with Facebook. Dan did not get one birthday message from anyone like on this page, like the comments. Not one person, and I'm like, that has to be a problem with Facebook. That has to be.
I think
So one of you out there, did you do it? And if you didn't, that's fine. But like, I'm sure people did. I just find it so weird that not one person, not even a random person. Do you know what I mean? Because you get people just, oh, happy birthday, like.
yeah, it's fine.
It's so weird.
But what was weird was not even on my Facebook, my Facebook page, Dan Bone. You know, but my wife thinks it's something to do with the decline of the use of Facebook or something. You know, not many people use it. I don't really use it other than for the podcast that much.
I
these
didn't
days.
do it because I sent it to you not in person, but on WhatsApp, so more personal. I prefer
It's
to do
fine.
it more personal.
I'm really not that bothered about it.
But it's still
The only
weird.
reason I mention it is because 17 years of using Facebook, I'm that old. It's the first time, really, but it's not a bother. I had all my WhatsApp messages, text messages
Yeah,
from
of
my
course.
dad, of course, text
Yeah.
messages, you know.
That's more personal anyway.
I've had all my cards with, you know, money in and whatever else.
Less is more.
I got for my birthday, I got lots of chocolate. I got some 0% rum, which I'll be indulging in later on. I got a big stack of tattoo vouchers.
Nice.
So I'm going to get a tattoo, butterfly memorial from my mum.
Yep.
Just to finish off my sleeve. What else did I get? I got really generous from my in-laws. I got a lovely cinema voucher, which will probably last me at least a year to 18 months.
Decent.
So that's decent as well.
Depending if Hollywood actually bring anything good out.
Yeah, well, there's always going to be a couple of Marvel films for me to sneak along to, and there's a couple of things coming up I want to see. So
It could segue into what I saw the other day. I actually went to cinema, went with my son, and I watched the Minecraft movie. I know this is a horror podcast. I really enjoyed it though, to be honest with you. Thingamajiggy, what's he called?
Jason Momoa or Jack Black?
Jason Momoa. He is channeling, without the voice though, he's channeling Macho Man Randy Savage.
Ooh, brother.
Without the voice though, but he's got exactly like the way he is, his pink leather jacket, tassels, and the glasses. But he's an idiot though. He thinks he's like real cool, and he's an idiot. And he's a failed 1989 champion of an arcade game.
I really like
It's
Jason
really
Momoa.
fun though.
I
Yeah.
like Jason Momoa.
He played it really fun.
But it's getting a lot of slack at the moment, that movie, because children in America mainly are spitting and throwing their popcorn at certain times in the film.
Oh, is it
Which
like
is
is it a cool thing? Because we were there, and there's somebody said something, and then like they all just clapped. It was like an order, and I was just like, and Elijah was clapping. I was like, this is strange.
This is it. It's something to do with when certain characters are introduced. There's things that you have to do, and it's based on stuff in the game, which I've never played Minecraft.
Oh no, is that funny?
So in the UK, I know, and in some American,
they've created a monster.
They're sort of saying, when you go watch this, you have to behave. You can't just like shout things out or throw things.
That's so funny. It's a different generation, so I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I can segue from that because talking of Jason Momoa, I watched on my birthday after a very busy day because I took the kids to the beach. It was a beautiful day. My daughter rode a donkey. Then she went on the ghost train with me and cried, which is brilliant. We had a really good time. My son got to meet loads of pretend dinosaurs. It was a good time. When we got home and my wife put the kids to bed, I settled down for Fast and Furious 10, otherwise known as Fast X, in which Jason Momoa is the bad guy in that.
Oh, definitely watch it then.
He plays a very camp, almost gay, I'm not sure if he is supposed to be gay, but very camp, but massively hulking bad guy in sort of very pink tassels, and his nails are all done, and he's got his hair all done with little jewels in it.
So incredibly kind of like camp. Minecraft.
Yeah, but this obviously came out 2 years before.
How funny.
I know you are going to agree with what I'm about to say, but I have such a fucking hard-on for the Fast and Furious movies. There is something about them that is just so ridiculous.
Well, it was only like 2 years ago for me, I think it was, wasn't it? I hadn't seen any of them, not one.
Yeah, you got the box set, didn't you?
And I went, right, that's it. And I went on this weird autistic thing where I was just like hyper-focused on gathering these movies wherever I could, at the fast as I could, at cheapest as I could.
As fast and as furiously as you could.
That was definite. Fast and Furiously, collect the Fast and Furious movies, so like charity shop here and there. Oh, that's cheap. Then that one's on Blu-ray, nice. And I had a mixture of them, and I went through them all. I got rid of most of them. I did keep the only one I've kept is Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah, really good that one is.
I remember out of all of them, that was one I really enjoyed. But I did also, I don't know, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all of them in a way. There's quite fun. Like even the second one, such a Tokyo Drift, such a different film, but actually okay. It's kind of like your Halloween 3 season
I think
of the
third
witch.
one is Tokyo Drift.
Oh, okay.
The second one is called Too Fast, Too Furious.
No, it's the third one then. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Which is like Season of the Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're fun. They're fun sort of movies. I'll check that out though because it's popcorn. It's popcorn action, isn't it?
It's on Netflix in the UK, and Vin Diesel has managed to bring everybody back who's dead or alive.
Didn't he have some beef? Didn't they?
He had some beef with The Rock, but The Rock shows up in it in an after-credit scene. I'm not spoiling it because you can't really spoil these movies, really. But anyone who's been in it, whether it's Gal Gadot, Helen Mirren, Jason Statham, everybody shows up in it. I think Kurt Russell's the only one that didn't come back.
I thought her name was Gal Gadot.
I think it's pronounced Gal Gadot.
And I was thinking, isn't that the name of the bad person in the Smurfs?
No, that's Gargamel.
Oh, not Gal Gadot. I thought her name was Gal. I was like, Gal Gadot. What a weird name. That's just me.
And yeah, it's good fun. And look, I'm not going to spoil it for you. All I will say is, if you want to see Vin Diesel drive a car down a dam whilst he's chased by an avalanche of fire, then this is the movie for you.
Yeah, he's lucky that he managed to be like a star of like a movie which happened to spawn a massive franchise, isn't he? Because he doesn't really do that.
Well, there's
much,
only one more. There's going to be one more, and that's it.
And then he's like, right, I'm staying fat on that boat
because he said, he always saw 11 movies in the franchise. It'll be 12 if you include Hobbs and Shaw, because that's like a spin-off. But
he always reminds me of a baked bean.
Yeah, or a baked potato even.
Yeah. But a baked potato with a baked bean on its head.
He doesn't try to be anything more than he is.
That's fine. I'm not dissing.
And he's looking good. It's 2023. This is now, but he's looking good and muscly. And I know everyone makes fun of him on that yacht.
Yeah, there's only one picture. Come on, everyone's been there.
Yeah, no, I'm still there now. Look at me. I've got my dad bod going on. It's fine.
I'm still down. Jim's down early. I'm feeling strong.
Yeah, well, you're Dwayne Johnson and I'm Vin Diesel on a yacht. I'd rather be. Somebody commented on that saying, I'd rather be on a yacht without a shirt than with a shirt without a yacht. Do you know what I mean? And I agree. I'd rather be on that yacht without a shirt.
Yeah, because you'd also be on a yacht with a shirt.
That's true.
Anyway,
Moving on.
I haven't really watched much, to be honest with you.
Well, there's only one other thing I wanted to mention. And it's very dark, very deep. And it's on everybody's lips at the moment, especially parents. But I sat down. I had insomnia again, Gav, you'll be pleased to hear.
Oh, well, no. Did you break it, by the way, on the third day?
I did. But I had it again. But it wasn't so much insomnia. It was just I got woken up at 2 a.m. by one of my kids. They went back to sleep after 5 minutes, but I couldn't go back to sleep.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
So I got up.
That is a form of insomnia as well.
I got up and I watched all 4 one-hour episodes of Adolescence. Have you seen it yet?
No, I know for technicality points of view of the one takes, I need to. But no, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, that is the main reason I wanted to watch it. I'm also interested in the whole Andrew Tate incel thing, so it was interesting to see a take on that.
I didn't know what it's all about, to be honest with you, really. So
yeah, it's elements of bullying, cyberbullying,
Andrew Tate's a penis,
incel stuff.
Do you know what I hate about women haters is that they soon forget that they actually came out of a woman.
Well, actually, they don't, but that's a whole other thing to go into.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
But anyway, look, this is technically one of the most incredible things I've seen just to watch. But on top of that, the acting is top notch. You're not going to get better acting than this in a British series for years. Stephen Graham is incredible. In fact, everybody in it is brilliant. Yeah. It's also very well written. It's very daring because it talks about stuff that's, with all the knife crime that's happened in the UK recently, and we've had some terrible things happen. This really talks about that. And what it does is it ends really, it doesn't finish, it doesn't tie everything up in a nice bow. It just kind of says, as parents, we could probably be doing more for our kids. As a society, we could be doing more. As a government, as people who run Twitter, Facebook, and all these social medias. So it's not just one person that's to blame, actually. It's just where we're at societally. That is to blame for what can happen to these kids. Yeah. Young boys or even young girls can go out and kill someone or knife somebody up because their mind hasn't fully developed enough, but they're strong enough to be able to do it. It's brilliant. I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
It's very strong. And my wife actually watched it twice, in the same week because she wanted to go back and try and understand and unpick the end. And I did say to her, I don't think the end needs unpicking. I think that's the whole scary thing is sometimes there is no reason for violence, and that is the scariest thing. Yeah. That's not a spoiler. Still watch it if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend. I
will get onto it. It's just because it's a sort of subject I think. Do you know what I mean? I don't. It's like, what should I watch tonight? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I watch horror movies, and
you'll probably cry at least 2 episodes of it as a dad, particularly as a boy dad like me. It made me want to just make sure that Jack and Edith, but mainly Jack, is protected from all this, and I want him to bring him up to be a good boy and not a horrible twat. But that's that.
Yeah, I'm at that stage with Elijah's 10.5, and he's fantastic. He's a lovely kid.
He's a good lad, though.
Yeah, so I'm very happy with that. Yeah.
Adolescence. Talking of big hulking men, just wanted to mention...
Me?
Just wanted to mention the First Blood director.
Oh, no. Ted
Kotcheff passed away. When was that? Was it yesterday?
A couple of days ago.
Yeah. Gav just wanted to mention that. We did cover First Blood a while back.
I'm a huge fan. It's a place in my heart for First Blood. It's just, admittedly it's a nostalgia thing, but it was the movie I'd always watch. We were having a roast dinner on a Sunday as a kid.
And let's never forget that the same director also directed our favourite Wake in Fright. And he directed, weirdly, Weekend at Bernie's.
He did, which I've got on VHS, which is a really good segue.
As well as many other things. Yes, let's segue into your VHS then. Hang on, no. Before we segue into your VHS, there is another person who passed away I just wanted to quickly mention. And that is a woman who gave me and my sister nightmares as children. Her name was Jean Marsh, still is Jean Marsh. She passed away about a week ago. She played Queen Bavmorda in Willow. Very scary. But she also played Princess Moonbee in Return to Oz. She was in many other things, of course. But she particularly in Return to Oz and in Willow really scared us. And weirdly, my children watched Return to Oz with me on my birthday, where she plays a woman who can take her head off and swap it with another pretty lady's head if she wanted to.
Like Wurzel Gummidge?
Scary stuff. Like an evil version of Wurzel Gummidge. Except you
Wurzel.
die. If she takes your head, you die.
That should be the movie name.
Gene Marsh as well.
Evil Wurzel. I can't help it. I'm just like a nerd. Sarah's going to be like going, I bought a video player the other day and I'm going to talk about it.
Well,
Sorry.
it wasn't just a video player, Gav, was it? It was a combo.
Well, back in the day, I used to have a fairly cheap LG. LG's not as bad now, but back in the day, they were a little bit cheaper. I used to have an LG DVD combo VHS player. But, back in the day, and it's quite good. You could record, you could rent it out. I know this is pirating, I do apologise, but you could rent out a DVD from the rental shop and you could record it onto a VHS tape so you had it. It is bad, but yes, you could. And I've been looking for something for us to put Amanda, which is another good segue in a moment, because Amanda is released this Saturday on YouTube, so please do check it out. But we want to make up VHS copies to sell at conventions and things, which is another segue to Horrified, which is this Saturday convention in Farnborough. Please come down.
Stop segueing.
Can't help it. So we want to make VHS copies of films of all our movies, basically. Because people still do like that sort of stuff. Even if you don't watch it, the film is on the tape. Do you know what I mean? So it's that sort of thing. It's a more collectible type sort of thing. But anyway, I got this dude just put up like 20 quid on Facebook Marketplace, a Panasonic Super Drive thing, but it had the instructions, which I'm holding right now, and the instructions are in perfect condition. That made me go, if the instructions are in perfect condition, that machine, which looks fantastic, is in perfect condition. And I got it and I brought it home, and I tested it the other night. My friend Ben was around. We were working on some film and stuff. Ben works at Deadbolt Films, and I chucked in From Beyond. Just put it in there, and it's halfway through the movie because the tape hadn't been rewound. Put it on, and it was pretty much DVD quality. And I was like, oh my god. And as soon as you put it in, it was like proper, like, and it was all really smooth feeling. It's all really solid, and it does loads of other shit as well. It does some crazy stuff. You can press erase tape, where it will just for in 34 minutes it can erase a 3-hour tape. Just take it back to nothing on the tape. So how's that?
Don't press that by accident.
No, right. But it's got different inputs, and I bought a thing earlier, an HDMI converter, which you literally just plug in from my laptop, HDMI, straight into this little box, plug it into the front of the thing, and I had Amanda playing in VHS quality in front of me, even though it wasn't on tape. It was going through all the format, so it was how it would look. And I was like, there you go, got it, done it. It's brilliant, so I'm super stoked for that. Anyway.
And you've sent me no less than 2 voice messages today telling me how excited you are about this VHS player.
The second one, I'd forgotten I'd said the first one, so I went through pretty much the whole thing, saying to hand, just that story.
Well, I'm looking at mine right now, my Toshiba VHS player, which is my dad's. He gave it to me because he's got his own one. I think he always had a spare one for some reason, and I gave you my spare one, which because the DVD player died on it, but the VHS still worked. But then that's died for you as well.
Died, and then
it's done the works though. It's done the rounds.
I had a Matsui one which someone gave out for free, which I've gone and put in my parents' loft. But it was really cheap and plasticky, and I've got some real good collectible videotapes, and it scares me putting them into some video players. But now I've got this one. I'm like, nah, I'm happy with this one.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think it's got 6 heads. So
they're really hard to come by these days, really.
Good
so
ones,
if I do ever see them, I will pick one up and keep it as a spare.
Well, that one's someone's flogging one of those for 175 quid on Amazon.
Yeah, it's crazy. They used to be so cheap, but I've still got about 300 VHS in my attic, and I'm actually gonna sift through them and probably ditch half of those.
Man, if you got any big boxes, we need them.
I'm not getting rid of those.
Oh, I need them.
Oh, sorry. I'm not getting rid of the big boxes.
It's hard to get the boat because we want to make big boxes of Amanda.
I've got about a dozen big boxes, ex rentals they were.
But yeah, this Saturday, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please watch Amanda. It's free on YouTube. It's not even an hour and 10 minutes. It's a found footage movie. Do check it out. it's a fun one. It's taken 6 years to make randomly, and you've heard all about it through the making of it through this podcast through the years. Do check that out. And yeah, this Saturday and Sunday we are at Deadbolt Films all day long. Horrified at Farnborough Business International Centre, which is in Hampshire. Robert Englund's there, Lance Henriksen's there. Loads of cast of Hellraiser. There's some people from Hostel. There's a talk on Hostel. There's a talk on the Sam from Trick or Treat's there. The
little boy who's grown up.
So he's going to be there doing a talk as well. Robert Englund's doing a talk. Lance Henriksen and some other people doing an Alien talk.
Amazing.
So it's a really big convention. They weren't. I didn't realise how big it is because they're trying to start this off super big from the get-go, and then every year now, which is brilliant from us because it's in our neighbourhood. It's fucking amazing. Because
sometimes these conventions, sadly,
they
there's
could be
only one
up
or two
north.
people there that have stunt doubled Corey Feldman as a child in Friday the 13th.
Oh, you do, you do.
But
get
then you get
like
some that you've got big names at this one. This is a good one.
But I find quite a lot of them are up sort of Manchester way and stuff like that. A lot of the conventions. So I don't tend to get to go, and it's hard for us to do that. But being in our neck of the woods, so we're there. We've got a stall. We're selling some stuff. We've actually got some podcast T-shirts for sale. Actually,
buy one.
We're giving out little key rings, Deadbolt's key rings. We've got loads of magazines for sale. We might, I don't know, I think potentially might be selling the Stormtrooper suit there on the second day, but on the first day, Mark's going to walk around wearing it and you can get a photo opportunity with him.
It's going to get nice and sweaty for whoever wants to buy it.
But social media will be filled up this weekend of us at the convention. So, and I will film, I'll take my GoPro camera and I will film loads of stuff there. And if I could, I would get Robert Englund to do a hi on Robert Englund, and you're listening to podcasts on Haunted Hill, but he's going to be swamped, and he charges quite a lot of money, £90 for an autograph.
Yeah.
And then I think it's like 30 or 40 quid if you want him to say something.
Maybe get Lance Henriksen to say it instead.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe see if he'll do the knife trick on your hand.
Yeah. He's probably getting on a bit now.
I
don't know if I'm going to trust him.
If I see you with lots of bandages on your hand, I know that you've at least attempted it.
But yeah, there's a lot of a Hellraiser cast and there, so that's cool. So yeah, it's a big convention at this weekend. I'm kind of I saw one thing. There's a massive film collector as a trader selling there, and I was like, oh no. I know. It's going to be like, I'm going like, oh my God, you've got like Suspiria on videotape or whatever. And I'm like, stuff like this. So
I wish that I wish I'd stolen, but I don't. I've always talked about this girl at college that lent me Suspiria and Don't Look Now and a bunch of horror movies I'd never seen at that point when I was 16.
On video?
She lent them on video, cardboard sleeve video it was.
Slot in ones, yeah.
Were they American? Demons 2. I don't know, because they played on my VHS. Demons 2, Suspiria.
Yes.
She lent me loads of stuff, and I don't know where she got those from. I think she had a big brother or something that was into it.
I was going to test it because I've got a couple of NTSC videotapes. I was going to actually test it on my player because my player did say it did do NTSC, but I can't remember what the problem was, how it didn't do it. Like DVDs and Blu-rays just don't play other regions. But is it because the lines come up on the screen? Is that what it is?
I honestly don't know what. I think if I've ever been lent a DVD,
still play the tape, but I think something, maybe like that.
DVDs that I've been lent that aren't PAL just don't play; they're just blue.
Yeah, it's probably something like that, because obviously a DVD, which is a different region to your player, will just say it will not read it because it's lasers, and
it's the same with cartridge video games back in the day.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Which reminds me, I haven't actually said, although you already know what movies we're covering for my birthday.
Yeah.
But we will be covering for this episode in just a moment. Actually, we'll be taking a little green injection each, and taking the Substance.
Yeah.
From 2024, which we're both excited to talk about.
Yeah.
And we're also going to be wrapping up this episode by going back to the 70s, where everything was a little bit more But also, there were some afros, there were some flares, and there were some...
It was afros and kung fu. That's all you got to say.
That's all you need to know. Funk, afros, and kung fu.
And John Saxon.
John Sexy Saxon.
John Saxon.
How did... Look, we'll talk about that later.
No, can't. No, because I am going to burst with Enter the Dragon ejaculative.
That's why I've picked these
Audio
two,
ejaculative.
because The Substance is my favourite horror film in the last 25 years, and Enter the Dragon is, in my opinion, the best martial arts movie ever made. And I know that you agree with me on that, and I know that a lot of people love that movie. So yeah, that's what we'll be covering. So I guess
I've not seen every Kung Fu movie, so I can't say.
I've seen every single one. So I guess what we need to do is go into a trailer for Demi Moore.
I want to win.
Oh God, is that you trying to win the Oscar? Is it?
Yeah.
Whatever. She did win. Well, she won some stuff.
Oh, she did, yeah. But no, that was the ending, isn't it? Trying to talk. Doing her best RoboCop impression.
Oh man.
Yeah. All right, let's have a sexy trailer for it's basically a sexy evening full of sex guys who sit down.
I mean, it starts off sexy.
There is sex in both movies. The sexiness in both films.
There is an explosion of bodily fluids at the end of Substance, but it ain't sexy.
I was about to say at the end of Dragon. I missed that part, but anyway.
Oh, I don't remember that bit either.
I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, but we'll get to that. Anyway, here's a trailer.
People always ask for something new. It's inevitable. At 50, well, it stops.
Have you ever dreamt of a better version of yourself? Younger, more beautiful, more perfect. One single injection unlocks your DNA and will release another version of yourself. This is The Substance.
I'm Sue.
You're hired.
Let's go.
A perfect balance of 7 days each. The one and only thing not to forget. You are one. You can't escape from yourself.
There's been a slight misuse of the substance.
This balance is not working.
Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop?
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
You have to control yourself! Old, fat, disgusting!
People are gonna love that.
The Substance from 2024. Rated R for pirates. 2 hours and 21 minutes. A fading celebrity takes a black market drug, a cell-replicating substance that creates a younger, better version of herself. Directed by Coralie Varget. Coralie, she also directed a movie called Revenge back in 2017. Don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
Very bloody. Really good, very brutal rape revenge. It's feminist type film. Amazing stuff.
It's quite a leap, this film.
Yeah, I think
it seems to be like I don't understand if it's the vision. Obviously, it is because she's got a definite vision of it. If it's a vision or just some producers giving her the ability to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I think
and why, when, what? I don't know.
I think getting Demi Moore on board probably helped. Dennis Quaid attached as well. These are both really notable, especially Demi.
It's fantastic for horror because especially for everybody, the filmmakers and the audience members, because when a movie like this succeeds with someone like Demi Moore, who's later in life, but the thing is she looks still like pretty much like she always has done. It's not, do you know what I mean? There's not much of a thing there. Obviously,
we all age.
Yeah, absolutely. And this movie's about aging in some way, and the movie is about that in some respects. But because she's in it, that just gives it pedigree. And then Oscars at least acknowledged a department of the film, so it
BAFTAs,
gives it it is acknowledgement. But this opens up because that means some executives are like, oh, I don't know, but she's like, I want to do like long corridors like The Shining, things like this, and obviously must have done lots of picture books and in the pitch deck and stuff to show all the sort of stuff she wanted to do. But some people, some executives, are like, yeah, okay, we're into that. But is it because it's Mubi? Is it Mubi? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes. Well, I forget the studio that originally passed it up. I think it was Warner Brothers or Universal.
Oh, so maybe didn't create it. It's not an original of theirs.
They distributed it.
Okay, so
because they, once it was made, they couldn't find a backing studio.
Well, it still goes to a head nod to the people, the executives who originally went, yeah, okay, we'll do this then, or what the studio it was, because like, wow, and the finances get into it. It's just, yeah, it's good for everyone.
I'll say it right now. This is a film gods movie, and the reasons for that, I believe, are some of the things we've just discussed, the people that are involved, the vision. Caroline's vision. I think she's made 2 movies, really, two features, and I think, what the hell is she going to do next?
This is a horrible situation for her. It's Nirvana Nevermind, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it's like Wu-Tang Clan trying to create a second album.
Unfortunately, she's still on the stage and everyone's looking. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think another reason this really succeeded is it's got a little bit of a spark of magic to it in that it is quite meta. They cast Demi Moore, who is an actress who is in her 60s,
older lady, yeah.
Whose career hasn't really done much. She never quite got where she wanted. She was always a name. She never won an Oscar. She was always a name, but she was always seen as a bit of a popcorn actress, never quite taken seriously. This was her chance to do that, playing a character that actually exactly the same as her in real life to some extent. But then there's so many there's so much commentary on this with regards to women's treatment in Hollywood, the way we look at women and the aging process, and how once women hit a certain age, or actors of any sex really, once they hit a certain age, we want to move on to the next one. We always want the next young thing.
It is predominantly more women.
It is predominantly more women, yeah. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Nowadays, we're obviously a lot more accepting to everything in this day and age. But yeah, if you go back to, say, like the golden age of Hollywood, fuck yeah, you get past 40, you're fucking probably like they're looking, unless there's a specific role for these. You get Betty Davis and some people like that who carry on commanding pretty good roles into older age, you know.
And Demi Moore must have really believed in this movie, because she is stark naked in quite a few scenes. You know, very vulnerable, lying on a bathroom floor.
I know there has been there was some, I don't know what body. I imagine like fake boobs are placed on the younger lady who's the younger actress.
That's right, fake boobs.
They look like they're a whole, because it looks like the whole thing is fake, but then there's no, you know, it just kind of looks like a whole front place sort of thing.
Well, we mustn't forget Margaret Qualley, who plays, you know...
That's the name, sorry.
The younger version. We'll get into all of that in a moment. But she's incredible in this as well. Incredibly sexy. Everything she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be... If you created a sexy young girl in the lab, which is pretty much what Demi Moore does.
It's weird science, isn't it?
It is weird science, yeah. It's got elements of that. And that's the other thing, I think. And I'll come back to this when we wrap up at the end of our chat. Coralie Faggio is obviously a horror movie fan, much like Jordan Peele and Eli Roth, because she has seamlessly spliced multiple references to other directors and other horror films, but not in a not in a stupid way where it's like obviously sewn onto the side of it.
It's not just tacked in. But put in a lovely, loving way, and it's quite obvious. There's the long corridor shots, and lots of people have done it. Lords of Salem has them. There's a few other films that have got these sort of corridor shots.
Well, I've made a list because this is my fourth watch. And for anyone that hasn't heard me say it already, I'll say it again. This is my favourite horror film this side of 2000. I think it's an incredible achievement. It's 10 out of 10 film for me.
Let me just get out of my head again quickly. And the reason why this movie is good for everybody is because if someone put the money into making this movie, this kind of whatever the story was, let's say produced in front of the producers, to say, yeah, let's make it, and it does so well, that means other horror movies will get made, which is kind of a bit more of your Renaissance 80s with the VHS boom, where it's just like, go for it.
We need this.
Yeah.
We need Shyamalan, and we need we need these directors that do get bums in seats, and I think people have now, they're waiting for her to do, and I know it's like you said, it's pressure now.
But this opens up to other film directors. This opens up to the creative people I'm thinking of. The movies which won't get made without this movie being made and doing well.
Yeah.
And another thing is, which is really fucking good, this out there right now, I guarantee you there's many actors, male, female, non-gendered or whatever, of the older age who are going, especially women, going, oh, Demi did that.
Well, what's interesting
which opens up possibilities of, you will see, guaranteed, the next couple of years come out movies with people like Demi Moore, in horror films, guaranteed.
Isn't it interesting that a lot of big, and I use air quotations, big actors start off in low-budget horror films, and yet Demi's ending her career. Not ending, she's only in her 60s.
She started off, didn't she? I'll go look.
I'm not sure if she started in a horror. She did some low-budget stuff.
She definitely did.
But she's ended up in her later years, as her career is potentially winding down. She's in her mid-60s now, but she's made a horror movie. The other thing I want to mention before we get into this as well is that this is a body horror film, and I
don't like body horror films,
and it's mainly practical effects, which is phenomenal that Demi went through that as well, particularly how she looks for the last sort of 20 minutes of the movie. That's all Demi Moore.
Okay, not her first. Her first movie is called Choices from 1981, but that wasn't. But she did do in 1982. I've not seen it, but I now want to see it. Parasite.
Ooh.
In a post-apocalyptic.
Jesus Christ, Gab. In a post-apocalyptic.
Apocalyptic. USA, a doctor scientist infected with a new strain of parasite ends up in a small desert town trying to find a cure. Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on, guys.
Jesus Christ.
That was hard work, actually. I'll have to check that out. It's a Charles Band movie.
Well, it won't be that good.
And it was in 3D.
Oh God. So this movie, this is a hell of a movie. There's a lot to unpack. My wife has some words that she'd like me to disperse towards the end of this, because I think as a woman, there's a lot to unpack from that side of it as well.
You can do that at the end of it.
I'll do that at the end.
That's good, because I'm waiting for Sarah to possibly get back to me, because she did tell me stuff, and I'd hate to paraphrase now, because it was a while ago I watched it for this. And I'll get it wrong. So
as a woman, there's a lot to unpack for this film. As a film fan generally, and Hollywood, someone who follows film like we do, there's a lot to unpack, because it's a real commentary on that whole Me Too movement, Harvey Weinstein, and all that kind of stuff, as well as we talked about treatment of women, etc. But then as a horror fan, I think there's a hell of a lot to unpack as well in this. It is a love letter to horror and body horror, and those, particularly that 80s body horror stuff. So I think what I'm going to do quickly is, before we jump into it, I'm going to quickly mention the references that I picked up, but I'll go into them in more detail later. So throughout this film, the director has scattered. We've mentioned there's a lot of Kubrick, a lot of arses. Stuart Gordon, Stanley Kubrick, Argento and Giallo in general, Cronenberg, John Carpenter, David Lynch, Sam Raimi, Peter Jackson, and some Brian De Palma. And that's just the stuff I've noticed.
Wow.
It's probably a lot more. And I've got more detail on that, which we'll come to at the end.
Jesus Christ. All of those filmmakers. You can see you could go through, bad Peter Jackson, sort of bad taste, brain dead at the end. You could see exactly where these are.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you my thoughts on that at the end. But let's get into this, shall we? Let's get into the substance. I went to see this at cinema. It was just me and one other guy in the cinema because it was, you'd seen it. You were like, Jesus Christ, you need to go see this. Our buddy RJ also went to see it and said, Jesus Christ, you need to go see it. And I was like, you know what I'm like, the hype train. I never got on the hype train.
I know you don't. And whenever you're on the hype train, you normally come back with more negativity, I think, than you would if it wasn't the hype train. Do you know what I'm saying? And I was concerned you could come back and go, what that? And I was like, no way. So,
well, for the first 20 minutes or so, I was like, whoa. But when the credits rolled, and when me and this random stranger had a conversation about it, he came up to me.
Can you not?
He said to me, I think we've just witnessed a modern day masterpiece, and like a modern classic. I said, I'm trying to process it at the moment. And I said, but I'm trying to just stop thinking about all the references and just think about what an incredible film that was. He then said, was it her first movie? I said, no, she's directed Revenge. We had a long talk outside the men's room before, and then that was weird. Your door just shut.
It did.
You saw this at the cinema. Did you see this with Sarah?
I saw this at Fright Fest. I saw the premiere.
Oh, did you? Oh,
so
yes,
the director did an introduction beforehand.
What was the audience vibe when the credits rolled on this?
So I've been to cinemas in America watching different films. I saw Saw in the cinema in America, and I saw Blair Witch Project in the cinema in America, and I've seen a couple of other bits and bobs. But the reaction is quite to the average English audience. We're very don't say shit. We're quite polite, in America, it's a real hyped up. There's an atmosphere, which is cool, And Fright Fest is that. But Fright Fest is in Leicester Square, and the screens are normally like huge. So the amount of people, a large amount. You're looking at a huge amount, You can see them as they goes around. If you're looking all around you, it's just like crazy. And so when people applaud or they're dissatisfied or they're laughing, it is loud, it's contagious. And so for this movie, like the stuff with obviously the ending, obviously we're going to spoil this from the get-go, so if you haven't seen this movie, go and fucking watch it and stop this now. But like that ending, just the Fright Fest. Everybody just...
That's what horror fans want, isn't it?
Yeah. Everyone's clapping,
I think one final thing I'll mention, just attached to what you just said before we do jump into it, is I know a lot of people that have watched this, and I've recommended it to a lot of people. Horror fans and not. And I think horror fans love this movie. But I think one thing that does divide people, horror fans or not, but particularly people who aren't so much into horror, is the ending. And I always say, for me, as a horror fan, I want the last act, I want the last 20 minutes of any horror film I'm watching to be completely batshit, crazy, off the wall, the money shot, geezers of blood. I want it all. And if you're not, the ending might put you off of this. You might think, well, I enjoyed the ride, but I didn't like the end of it. And that's fine. But you can't deny all the commentary throughout. But I think the ending on this is just the cherry on top of it. And it takes the ridiculous to a whole new level, but in a great way for me.
It's the best ending I've ever seen at a Fright Fest.
Oh, wow.
It finished Fright Fest.
Wow.
That was their finisher. That was their big finisher. You have a big start on Thursday, Thursday like 6 o'clock in the evening, and the big finisher Monday about 9 o'clock.
Wow.
And we watched it. And if I'd been by myself, I was with Mark and Ben. If I'd been by myself, I was pretty tired, and I was having heart palpitations the past couple of days. I had to go get my heart checked out next day, and obviously I didn't die. I'm still here, unless I'm a ghost. And if I'd been by myself, I'd probably left. But they're like, no, stay. Okay, watched it. I was like, oh man. But
the
yucky bits though, I did put my hand over my face.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not very good with
I
injections.
don't like body horror.
I'm not very good with injections, so anytime that there was an injection, which there is quite a few times, I had to kind of like.
Oh, that's funny. That doesn't bother me.
Look away a little bit.
It's just chicken drumsticks and shit.
Well, you know what I'm like with belly buttons, and I think you're the same. So
I fucking hate it, especially chicken drumsticks coming out of them. Fucking hell.
Well, let's get into it then. I also want your opinion here and there, and I'll ask for it occasionally if you haven't said it, on some of the technical decisions and choices and camera work, because there is a real techno vibe, like techno beat music sometimes throughout this. There's
like when she's first coming up with the film, you know, she's sitting there playing with an idea in her head, and then she's going, okay, what genre is this film? She's the first time she's ever thought of it. The movie's just popped up in her head, and she's thinking about. And it's then going like, what is this? And then like, where does it fit? Not really genre, but where does it fit in with it? And it's such a cool. It's a very hyper 70s, cool, stylistic, modern. Especially, it's basically what 2020 is, and like 2024, whatever the year we're in now, 2025, not 2023, but like the whole of it has been for quite a while now. Everything's cool. Like you see this in like for me, a great example, skateboarding. So I followed every trend and everything of skateboarding. Not followed it, but I lived it. I am it. I do skateboarding. And nowadays everything is cool in skateboarding. Your fashion could be any point of any point. It was 93 big baggy jeans to like 1987 punk rock tight jeans. Do you know what I mean? And now it's a mixture, and then the tricks are a mixture as well. This film is exactly what that is, with all of everything going on, especially like all those pieces you say, and then just to try and fit where this fucking sits is impossible, because it's got that, like you say, that real stylistic, hyper modern but 70s look. It's almost a bit it's almost like a new fucking, it's not a new genre, but it almost could be.
And it's almost a bit autistic, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like it's like so many different techniques and camera angles and types of music and direction and lighting thrown at you. But
prepping this,
somehow it works.
Prepping this would just be, I don't know, it might be either fucking hard or so to the dump, it's this, then that, then this, then this, and this. It might have actually been easy. I don't know.
Okay.
But even like this has a conversation. Us just talking about fucking how the movie's prepped could be a conversation. This movie could bring many, many conversations of every department, from the women getting older and aging and not wanting to get older and being younger, and to a subject about how great so that all the arses are in the movie. There's so many conversations could become from this. Sarah's like, I know why you fucking like that movie. So yeah, the arses on a massive, massive screen.
There's also a big hairy arse in it at one point as well. That guy's got a great big hairy arse.
There's all sorts in this.
It's all going on.
All sorts.
Right, well, let's get into it. So we start off with a very crude explanation visually of what the substance is. We see 2 egg yolks. One of them gets an injection of a green substance into it.
This is actually an absolute fantastic, but simple and such gorgeous look. The colours, the bright contrasting colours.
It reminds me of the
baby blue table with a yellow and white egg on it.
Do you remember that first Layer Cake poster and the trailers? It was all very yellow and baby blue. It's that kind of very sort of boom.
It's almost a 70s like sort of art painting.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know my art, so I can't tell you what fucking thing that is.
After the egg yolk is injected, it splits into 2 egg yolks, and that is basically our explanation as to what the substance is. And actually, we don't really get much more than that, because even when Demi picks up the box with the stuff in it, the instructions are literally 1, 2, and 3. There's not really anything more to it, you know. And okay, it's not very realistic, but I'm not here for that. This is why this feels like a bit of a John Carpenter movie, like They Live or something, where you just buy into it because it doesn't really matter about the detail. It's just the audience is told what they need to be told, and that's it. Really, it works so well.
It is absolutely incredible. Then that's just because basically this movie is about Demi and it's about the substance. So that's our introduction to substance. And then we have an introduction to Demi in a way, where it's the making of the Star, which is the which John Carpenter has done recently.
John Carpenter,
the Walk of Fame in Hollywood, which I've gone along and I love the hand ones when you can put your hands in the hands. They're really cool as well.
Yeah, Jackie Chan did his hands.
But it's basically looking at over a star being made, one of the stars in the street being made, and basically this is the essence of this film because it's about a star being made and created, which is Demi Moore's younger self.
And it's a very clever way to do this, and it bookmarks the film quite nicely actually, because we'll come back to this star at the end. But this star is laid and it's pristine. This is Elizabeth Sparkle, Demi Moore's character. She is, the Jane Fonda. She does these workout videos. She's really well known. She's a well-known face. And the star gets laid, and then we get a time lapse of the star.
It's just telling us the story.
It starts off with a couple of brown leaves falling on it, like it's the autumn of her life.
You could look at this as just like people walking all over her in her career. There's so many things you could pull out of this.
We get cracks appear in it.
Yeah, cracks in people's psyche and stuff.
In it.
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, it's just a piece of concrete, really, with her name on it, that people are just walking all over. That last guy spills his burger all over it and tries to scoop it up.
You wouldn't know. You'd be like, I'm just going to walk off and leave. I don't know if I'm going to scoop it up. It's quite nice of him, I suppose.
I would try and scoop it up, but
I guess.
I don't know. But that's that, and then we cut to Demi's workout video, and her workout program is called Sparkle Your Life. And she's there in her lycra going, you got it.
Yeah, it's so classic. It's definitely those 80s gym shows. I always think of Sparkle Motion when I hear the word sparkle.
What's Sparkle Motion? That rings a bell.
Come on. Sparkle Motion. A rabbit's involved in the movie. A fake rabbit.
Jesus Christ. Not The Shining.
No, it's Donnie Darko.
Oh, okay.
It's his sister's dance group.
I've got you.
Sparkle Motion.
Well, she looks great, Demi Moore. She was 61 when she made this. She looks fantastic. She's doing a workout video, and she comes out afterwards. She tells herself off. She walks up the corridor.
A long orange, obviously Kubrick-inspired corridor.
With patterned carpet, no less. And there's lots of big posters on the wall. Posters that are sort of celebrating her different career milestones, like obviously she's 50. It's her 50th birthday this day, which is why it's tragic what she's about to overhear on her birthday. So she's walking up the corridor, and it's always, every time she walks up this corridor, it's a reminder and a celebration of the things she's achieved. Big posters of different TV shows and awards that she's won,
which is great. Telling us what's going on. She's got a show, and all of a sudden the toilet's out of order, the ladies, so she's going, I'm going to have to go in the men's toilet.
She uses the cubicle.
So in she goes.
She uses the Stanley cubicle.
Very good. And then she's locked up, and then all of a sudden someone comes in. Oh, it's who when I was a child I thought it was Harrison Ford. I used to get really confused. Dennis Quaid.
Well, he plays a character.
It was supposed to be, who was it? It was supposed to be someone else. They couldn't do it, and I'm so happy he didn't, because Dennis Quaid is better. I can't remember it was someone else.
And Dennis Quaid plays a character called Harvey.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
Which is brilliant, because he is essentially
Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta, that's right. But he died after making his last film.
And funny enough, I can picture Ray Liotta in this, and I prefer Dennis Quaid.
And as we know, his last film was Cocaine Bear before he died. Weird film to finish her life on.
Substance would have been a good one to finish on, wouldn't it?
Definitely. Yeah. But yeah, so he plays Harvey, who is this disgustingly sleazy executive producer.
I shut my eyes when he eats shrimp.
Yeah, well, we'll come to that in a moment.
And a massive screen, that is not nice. The arse is brilliant. That, no.
So while she's in the cubicle, obviously she's in the men's room, he comes in, and we get like a Sam Raimi close-up right up to his face as he's taking a piss.
Very wide lens, and he's got his nose will be pretty much touching that lens.
And he is talking about Elizabeth Sparkle. Obviously, he doesn't know she's there, and he's like, listen, we need new blood. She's old. She's 50 now. 50? Fuck it, she's out of here. We can't. She's old woman. We don't want to. She's not sexy anymore. No, listen to me. Yeah, we want somebody. Yeah, that's right. Hey, did you know that a woman's biological clock? And he's really talking derogatorily to the guy on the phone. Then he walks out of the bathroom, and then she exits the cubicle, and she looks a bit sad. She's heard all of that. She knows it was her he's talking about. And she looks in the mirror and she looks at herself and she thinks, am I past it? I'm 50. I've been doing this for years. Maybe I am past it. And then we get the title card that just reads Elizabeth. And there's 3 title cards in this. Elizabeth being the first one. And it's shrimp time.
It's your classic Hollywood, let's go out for lunch. And Dennis Quaid's there basically sitting opposite Demi Moore, and they're both just in the restaurant. It's just those two, and he's just basically doing all the talking and she's just sitting back, and he's just saying, well, at 50, well, it stops. And she's like, well, what stops? And he can't really say, and then he just leaves. Like after a while.
He hasn't got the balls to tell her the truth, which is that we're firing you because we think you're too old now, and we want to get somebody else in. But he just sort of tells her, like, come on, you should know this.
Well, he doesn't actually care. He doesn't want to give her any more attention because there's nothing in it for him. That's exactly it. He's very much business, and that's it, in a horrible way.
And he's eating shrimp, which is a disgusting food to eat.
Again, super
he's
wide
licking his fingers. He's spitting the food down on the floor.
My hands get over me.
There's a fly buzzing around. Then at one point,
oh no! Tell me when it stops.
At one point, when he's licking his fingers, he looks behind him at a waitress who's bending over, and he can see a little bit up her skirt, and he sort of just raises his eyebrows and carries on telling Elizabeth that, we want that kind of thing, not you. It's just, and then he sees somebody else he knows,
and just kind of, she didn't really get her word in, and he just leaves.
So she leaves after him, and she sees her billboard on the way home being ripped down.
Well, her face, funnily enough, is being ripped off.
Yep. And she thinks, my career's over. And that distracts her enough.
This is a full-on car crash, and this car crash was really, really full-on and brutal. Whoever sorted this out, well done. I watched it and was like, wow, that is a really full-on...
Actually, did make me jump in the cinema just because I wasn't really expecting it.
I kind of thought something like that was going to happen, but that was like really... I expected he didn't need to do that much, and it really went for it, and it's like, wow, okay.
And she wakes up in hospital.
Which... This reason for this, I thought this was a catalyst for her to get the substance, funny enough, but she's actually all right, which is not what I expected.
Yeah, so she wakes up in hospital.
I thought she'd be fucked and the substance would help her out.
And the doctor is checking her out, and he's like, look, miraculously, apart from a couple of little cuts and scrapes and bruises, you're absolutely fine. It's really crazy. Oh, it's your birthday today. I can just see that. Hey, I know my wife used to love you back in the day. And then he sort of says, anyway, I've got to go now. And before she can get her clothes back on, this weird male nurse, with a big birthmark on his arm, says, there's one more check I need to do on you. She's like, okay. And he does this weird thing all down her spine with his fingers, where he just checks her spine.
Have you ever had the spine check like that?
No.
Ask your doctor next time you're there for one.
Well, we find out later it's because he's checking whether or not she is suitable, and she is, because he says, you'll make an excellent candidate. And she thinks, for what?
It'd be really creepy though if you're just there and the doctor leaves and there's like the nurse is there and just looks at you and goes, suitable. Be like,
for what?
For what?
Well, she gets outside, and in her coat pocket she finds a USB stick with a phone number on a piece of paper wrapped around it that just says, "It changed my life." This is obviously what the nurse has put in her pocket. And then she bumps into Fred. Poor old Fred. Oh my God, Lizzie Sparkle. Oh my God, I'm still a fan. Remember me, Fred from school? She's like, first of all, she's like, no. And then she's like, oh yeah, Fred, yeah. And he's like, oh my God, I'm such a fan. Hey, listen, maybe we could catch up sometime. Do you fancy a drink? I could take you out for dinner or drinks. Oh, you're too busy. She actually stops because she's a sweet person. She says, I'll tell you what, give me your number. So he writes it down, and then he drops it in a muddy puddle. Then he shakes it off. He's such a klutz, isn't he?
Oh, she's kind of like, okay, and then he's like, oh, okay. So, like you say, he writes it on this bit of paper, drops it in the puddle, picks up, and kind of just flaps it a bit, and rather than just sort of screw that up and write it on another bit of paper, just gives her that. So she's got a small bit of dryness. The rest it's just wet with her numbers. So, okay, thanks. I'm surprised she kept it.
You know, he's ripped it off of his doctor's report as well, because he says, "Oh, don't look at my cholesterol level." So he's even written it on his like private medical notes.
He's not selling himself, is he?
He's not. But well, he gave his number to Lizzie Sparkle, so fair enough.
Oh, yeah, but gutted later on though, because he thinks he gets a date and he gets fucking set up. I wish we could do a movie on him being at the restaurant.
Just waiting. She gets home back to her apartment. She's got a nice big swanky apartment.
But he would have got. Do you know what had happened? He'd have got home, then a couple of days later, watching TV and on the news, it'd be like, disaster tonight at the New Year's celebrations.
Yeah, he'd have been like, thank God I avoided that one.
On New Year's Day, that's what he'd wake up to the news going, oh my God.
Well, she puts the USB stick in her TV, and it's a very sort of like
sounds, and
then you've got that, and it reminds me of like I don't know why. It reminds me of like The Matrix or those kind of like 90s movies that had like Blade and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's that kind of like
in a modern way, and it's just got this big black screen with big white block text, the substance.
Yeah, and it just says, and it just tells you there's a voice that just says, one single injection. You are the Matrix, a better version of you. 1 week each, taking it in turns. But remember, you are one. You are the Matrix. And she's like, what the hell is this? Some kind of cult or some shit? I don't know what this is.
What the fuck is this shit?
She puts it in the bin and fuck that. And then she goes out for lonely birthday drinks on her own. She gets drunk. All on her own, bless her. Lizzie Sparkle.
Was this what Facebook was like for you?
This is like me. I was Lizzie Sparkle. Except I didn't throw up. She throws up when she gets home, and she just looks at herself in the mirror like, I'm 50 years old. I've got no one to spend my birthday with. I've just been fired.
Is that her 50th?
Yeah, this is her 50th birthday.
You've got no one. There must have been someone.
She's got no one, mate. She's got apart from Fred.
That's pretty bad.
So she thinks about it in the morning, and then she digs the number out of the bin, and she calls the number. She says, hello, I'm interested in the substance. And the man on the other end of the phone, he's got no customer service skills. He's like, number, address. That's what he says. So she gives him her address, and he hangs up. And that's it. And then the next morning she's having breakfast, and she's got a letter already that's got a key card in there and an address for a lockup.
Yeah.
So she wakes up, she showers, she sees an advert in the newspaper that says, we're looking for the next Elizabeth Sparkle.
And it's really small, just in the bottom of the page, and it's her job.
She's like, for fuck's sake. So this is what pushes her to just go out to this lockup with this pass key. So she heads there.
And it's a real ghetto. It's a real sketchy neighbourhood. The building looks really fucked until she gets inside and it's all clinical.
Well, it's a real combo here for me of what she's wearing is so jello. She's got a yellow coat on and massive black sunglasses.
Yeah.
But we're in a John Carpenter sort of neighbourhood where there's just no one around. There could be a gang driving away in a Cadillac soon, we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, she gets to this lockup, she beeps the card, and the door starts opening, but then it only opens like a third of the way. She has to crawl on the dirty floor to get in there. And like you said, inside it's bright white sort of lights, like a doctor's lab. And she takes this box out of this locker, that's her number, and takes it home.
Yeah.
And here we go. She opens the box, and like I said, very basic instructions. There's something called the activator, then there's the stabilizer, then there's something called the switch, then there's the food matrix, and then there's the food other self matrix. And she's like, okay, cool, I know what to do with all of this. No more instructions than that. That's all I need. Wow. But that's all we need as an audience, because we're going to find out what all these things mean.
Yeah.
And I love that. We didn't. I think if they'd have gone into too much detail, I'd have been like, oh.
No, this is really very clear and in your face.
So Demi gets butt naked in the bathroom. Still looks great. 61 years old. She looks fantastic. Come on, looking good. So she gets naked in the bathroom. She's looking in the mirror, thinking, I don't really know if this is going to be the right thing to do, but I kind of feel a bit lost. I feel a bit sort of past it, so I think I'm going to do it. And she injects the activator into her.
Yeah.
And everything goes a bit wonky. Her vision blurs a little bit. She convulses. Her back starts to ripple. And then her pupil splits open, and then there's almost like she's got two eyeballs in her eye socket.
Yeah, it's really good effects. I like it.
And then her back rips open.
It's so good. I don't like body horror, but this is really good. Her back behind her spine splits open.
She basically gives birth to another person out of her back.
Yeah. Sue.
Yeah, and we get this crazy effect of lights, like she's going down a tunnel, almost being born, I guess, and it ends with like an image of a heart being made out of flames.
And Sue's body comes out, so they're both sort of naked. But Sue's body is pretty much perfect. So, absolutely perfect. So yeah, probably it's false bosoms because it's literally like absolute. They're trying to put across there the absolute perfect person. So yeah, all looks top notch.
Well, we see her point of view first of all. So Sue is what has come out of Elizabeth's back. So we see her point of view.
I always love when cameras can do that and hide themselves in mirrors.
Really good stuff. She's stumbling around, and there's more of that in Into the Dragon, which we'll talk about.
I thought I watched that game in the Dragon game. What a nightmare!
That's what I was thinking. I was watching it, thinking, "Where are the cameras? Where are the cameras?"
Like Christ.
So yeah, the point of view of Sue. She wakes up. She sees Demi lying naked on the floor next to her in a puddle of blood. She stands up. She goes to the mirror. She wipes the mirror. And then she realizes, oh, I'm, what I am. Whether she's got Demi's consciousness or not, it's never really explained, and it doesn't matter. She knows that she's coming from Demi as a younger, better version of herself. She checks out her naked body. She's like, I am hot as fuck. This is brilliant. Even she is like rubbing her butt, rubbing her boobs. She's like, this is great. But then she throws up some green stuff, and this is where she needs to get the stabilizer, which is where she sucks some spinal fluid out of Demi Moore's back and injects it into herself. She has 7 days worth of spinal fluid. She has to inject 1 vial a day into her to keep going.
It's such a weird concept. Like basically, you're going to sleep for 12 hours of a day, then your other twin is going to start a life and start
7 days, isn't it?
Or 7 days, and then just swap, and it's just 7 days, not. It's such a weird concept.
But some of the best horror films have got rules, like Scream or The Ring. 7 days, or Gremlins. Do not get them wet. Do not feed them after midnight. And this has got rules, and if you break the rules, which they do later on, we know there's going to be some consequences.
Yeah.
So she hooks up the food matrix to Demi, which is basically 7 days worth of this liquid that goes in intravenously into her arm. And Sue knows that she has got 7 days to go out there and be sexy.
And she, I guess it's in instructions, but she sews Demi Moore's back up.
She does, yes.
So I guess it's in the instructions. Like, okay, once you've done that, you need to sew your other. What a weird thing to do.
Yep. She sews her up. She injects the thing, like I said.
Let's look at Sue. Sue just appears. Sue does Sue's mind basically be Demi Moore's, but it's not. They're different people. They're different minds. But does she so she wakes up, has no knowledge of yesterday?
I think they do.
No childhood knowledge. No.
I think they do share some consciousness, some memories.
To be like parts of her, which makes Sue. But obviously they have both a different functioning brain.
Because she does look a bit like Demi looked when Demi was 20. 40 years ago.
Yeah, but
there are some elements there.
But do you think the instinct of childhood, instinct of fun, instinct of everything, because she just wakes up to go, she's going from, do you know what I mean? Do you think that must come from the Demi Moore? So,
yeah, I think so.
You get like the essence of what it is to be a human.
But it's a younger, better version of yourself.
But a younger, better version, yeah.
The needles in this, by the way, especially the spinal needle, is fucking massive. Not good with that. Not happy about that.
Yeah.
Especially when she's sticking it in a pus-filled hole in someone's spine later on. So yeah, she goes into the living room. She does the splits, and she's stretching, and she's looking out on the sun coming up, and she thinks, right, well, it's time for me to answer this newspaper advertisement, and I will take that job for the new Elizabeth Sparkle. So she walks out in the street. Everyone's checking her out. She buys some new spandex workout gear in a shop.
It's like what I was doing earlier.
What, buying new spandex?
Yeah, buying new spandex in a shop.
You haven't sent me any pictures of that yet?
Later.
She then goes to the auditions for this, and they are some sleazy pigs, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Because these women are coming in and giving it their everything, and they're walking out the room, they're going, yeah, her tits were shit. That one had no ass. One of them says, if only her boobs were in the middle of her face, then
it feels very early 80s Miami or something. Do you know what I mean? That's what it feels like.
Yeah. And then we get this great score kick in. It's almost like Sue's theme, a bit of a techno score. And she walks in and they're like, wow, what's your name? She's like, I'm Sue.
Sue.
And then we get the Sue title card come up.
Yeah.
And she gets called into Harvey's office. And he's like, where is she? Where is the beautiful angel? My God, look at you.
Never get pulled into Harvey's office.
No, you'll pull him off.
Pulled into his orifice.
Or don't let him pull you off into a plant pot. He walks in the room and he's all over her, spinning around, touching her. He's like, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Oh my God, you're hired. And we want you to run a show just like Elizabeth Sparkle's show. And she's like, okay, great, I'll take the job, but I can only do it every other week. And he's like, right. She says, basically, I've got a sick mum.
I'm surprised. Yeah, go on.
So every 7 days, I've got to disappear for 7 days to look after my sick mum.
And I think everyone in the audience is probably just waiting for him to go, no. And he just goes, we can work around it. And she's like, oh, okay.
He says, well, we love that angle.
He wants her that much.
And he loves that angle as well. He goes, if people know that you're looking after a sick mother, that's even better. You've got a heart of gold. We love you.
Perfect.
So it's time for a photo shoot. Whoa.
Like Pulp Fiction style, fast flash close-ups and stuff.
There is some elements of Tarantino in this, actually. That's something I haven't picked up on.
And Sam Raimi, yeah.
Yeah. So we get a photo shoot, and there's new billboards all over the place of her, giant billboards of her in barely any clothes.
When he does respond to her working commitments and, well, old mother commitments, shall we say, he's so passively aggressive with it, and that's him all over. Fueled by cocaine.
Well, yeah, because at one point his assistant, whose name he can't remember, he's like, what's your name again? And then she says it, and he's like, oh, whatever, we'll just call you Cindy. That's easier to remember.
Yeah.
Wow.
It makes me think of the 80s, for sure.
Yeah, totally. This movie is a love letter mainly to 80s horror and 80s body horror.
Yeah.
We get then a bit of a montage now of her getting photos taken, practicing the dance routines with her backing dancers.
Dance movie montage to fall to the floor.
She takes the stabilizer every day from Demi's back. And then it's time to switch back. So she gets the switch tube, and it's basically a transfusion. And she passes out, and then Demi wakes up. And she's back after 7 days. Her back is in absolute ruins, obviously. She's just had it stitched up. It's only been 7 days.
It's not good either. Like, even just the body being left for 7 days laying there is going to get really weak and fucked.
She looks at Sue. She feels her hair, she feels her skin, and she thinks, wow, she is fucking perfect, this girl.
Yeah.
Like a mother would look at her daughter, which is something I'll come back to later. So she goes off, and this is where Demi Moore starts comfort eating. She just eats everything she can that's in the fridge. Then she goes and takes a shower, and we see a real close-up of that back wound. Yeah. Oh, not good. While she's in the shower. She goes to the studio to meet with Harvey, who hasn't got time to meet her, basically. Even though she's been fired after working for him for 20 years or something, he basically runs up the corridor.
It's really
so far away.
So it's a static shot. The cameras are sitting there doing nothing. That's what static is. And Demi's just standing there, this massive long corridor, and he just walks all the way up, doesn't he, for ages and ages.
He's like a little ant at the end, and then he gets right up.
Just comes up with a box. So, we put a little something in there for you, sort of thing.
He's basically cleared her desk out, cleared her whatever she's got
her
a
box
studio.
And goes, "Nice seeing you," and just turns around and just walks off, and that's the end of that.
He doesn't give her any
he don't give a shit.
goodbyes or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's actually a cookbook. We'll find out later on that they've given her.
Yeah.
So Demi goes home. She gets her calendar, and then she writes on there every 7 days. Elizabeth for 7 days. Then she writes Sue 7 days, and she's filled it out. She's committing to this because she thinks, I can live vicariously through Sue. That's why I've signed up to this. So that's fine. It's going to bring me some comfort, hopefully. She gets a letter to say the refill kit is ready, because obviously, she was only given one box. It's only going to last 2 weeks. So she goes back in her giallo coat back to pick up another box of stuff.
Yep.
And then it's Sue's time.
Yeah.
Sue's
I like to call it Sue's bottom house music. Just her bottom with boom, 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 boom.
It is a real close-up of her bottom. Yeah, it's nice. And then she thinks, I'm going to do some home improvements here. So, and again, this is unrealistic, but whatever. She decides there's a hollow wall in this.
Strange. She's quite mischievous and devious, isn't she? I don't know why. She seems to be like an evil type that comes out as well.
So she basically knocks a wall down and creates a secret room in the bathroom that she can hide Demi Moore's body in for 7 days
and essentially where she can where her body has to be hidden as well, I suppose, really.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So I guess it was supposed she could have made it more accommodating.
Because otherwise the cleaner, because we know Demi Moore's got a cleaner, she'd come in and be like, why is this body lying here for 7 days?
Why don't you get a bed or just put some covers down?
I know. Well, while she's smashing the wall down, this annoys one of the neighbours in the apartment block, doesn't it?
This dude's hilarious.
And he bangs on hey, you, Jesus Christ, what's all this noise? For God's sake. Because he thinks it's just Elizabeth Sparkle, and he's really annoyed. He hates her. And Sue opens the door, and he's like, oh, hello. I love it when women do their own DIY. It's fantastic. Wow. Would you like some help? I'm pretty handy. I can help you. She's like, oh, no, I'm the new tenant, Sue. Elizabeth doesn't live here anymore. And he's completely sort of like, well, if you need it, let me know,
As soon as he sees her,
he gets all tongue-tied, basically. And then she drags Demi Moore off into the secret room and leaves her in the dark.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that, really. And then it's lights, camera, action, and we get our first taste of the earworm. That is, you got to pump it up. Pump it up.
Dude.
Yeah, got to pump it up.
After I watched it with Sarah for this, it was a few days later, because I'm going to the gym, I'll be going to the gym, got to pump it up. And I just sing it in my head, because I couldn't stop singing it. Just that.
Because we grew up with things like pump up the jam, pump it up.
It's just catchy anyway.
Yeah, it is a catchy song.
And this video is just large, glossy, and pink, and it's all close-ups of bodies with house
mainly
music
vaginas
playing.
And bottoms.
It's
thrusting.
basically an 80s music video.
Pump it up. I put here very pneumatic close-ups because it's just a lot of pumping and grinding, lots of slow-mo.
I bet someone's made a music video from all these clips of that song. If not, why not?
Well, I hope this song's on Spotify because I will listen to it.
The soundtrack would be for sure.
And then her catchphrase, instead of Elizabeth's, which was "sparkle your life" or whatever, she says, "You got it." That was Elizabeth.
And
her catchphrase
everybody's just like, "Wow, you're the shit."
She says, "Take care of yourself."
Yeah.
winks at her. Yeah, and everybody goes crazy.
And,
You're the best thing we've ever seen.
And she scores and takes a man back.
Well, first of all, she walks up that corridor.
Yeah.
That long Kubrick corridor, and she's got one picture up. The picture of, Sue's time, Pump It Up. And
pump it up.
her career has begun. But yes, then it's party time. She puts on this very tight catsuit, which leaves nothing to the imagination. She walks in, looks at Demi lying on the floor, says, "Don't wait up for me. I might be late tonight." Like you would to your mum. And we're reminded by they're looking at the calendar that it's the last day for her. She needs to switch tomorrow or tonight. So she's obviously not thinking straight. And we don't know what happens if she doesn't switch, like Cinderella with the pumpkin, With So yes, you're right. She goes out. She gets freaky. She brings a guy back. She brings a guy back. They're getting it on. He's grabbing on her ass. Close-ups of all of that. And
this
then
movie's full of close-ups.
Her nose starts bleeding.
It did previously as well, and we knew what that was because she had to do the injection. Stabilizer.
She says, "I'll be back. I'll be back." She goes in. And she goes up to Demi Moore and says, "Look, I just need a few more hours. I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm just going to take one more little injection from your back." And she's basically stolen another 24 hours from Demi Moore.
Yeah.
She unzips her, then the guy unzips her catsuit.
You got to respect the balance.
You've got to respect the balance. You are one.
And she reuses like an old tube because obviously it's the 7-Up, so then it's like, oh, that's already not good.
No.
And
then we get this weird, like Demi Moore has this nightmare, we find out, but at the time we think it's real, where as her and the guy are undressing each other, he unzips the back of her catsuit, and basically all her organs and her spine and everything all falls out the back of this, and it's quite graphic.
Yeah.
But then it's Demi waking up. And that was like a nightmare. And she wakes up and she hasn't quite yet realised that she's had a day stolen from her. But she walks into the apartment and obviously there's been a huge party. There's mess everywhere.
But her index finger's like an old hag's.
Yes. Well, first of all, she sees a motorcycle helmet.
Yeah.
And a note stuck on it that says, "I'll come back for the bike," from Troy.
So she knows that Troy's been giving her more than that, just that helmet.
And then she looks at her hand, and this is where she thinks, "Fuck, my finger's all like wrinkled and black and weird.
She tries to wash off the old.
But then the nail falls
off. Off.
Well, then she pulls the nail off, actually, which is awful. And her back's really sore. And this is where she figures it out.
She's been out of sync.
So she calls the substance hotline to complain.
Is this Amazon?
She says, "I'd like to report some misuse by the other self." And he's like, "Well, you need to respect the balance." She's like, "Well, she needs to respect the balance." And he's like, "Do you wish to stop the process?" She's like, "Well, no." And he's like, "There is no going back." She's like, "Well, hang on, how do I reverse my finger?" And the issue with, he's like, "We don't." She's like, "Well, she's broken the rules." And he says, "There is no she, there's only you. You are one. Respect the balance." And then he just hangs up on her, and she thinks, "For fuck's sake, Sue."
But it's a complete bollocks, though. I'd say to the company, I'd take the company to court and say, "We are not one, are we? Because she's running around doing all this shit, and I'm here dealing with this shit, so we're not one."
She's humping Troy.
I'm not humping Troy.
And I've got a wrinkly old finger to show for it.
I've got a wrinkly old finger, and she gets fingered.
There we go. Troy's probably got a wrinkly old finger now.
And she sees the new Pump It Up show.
She does. Well, she's doing a very mediocre task, which we all do, but Hollywood people probably wouldn't do it. She's hoovering. She's just hoovering up.
Which is interesting, yeah, because it just to show that, because people are going to be doing that, but we don't see that. It's edited out.
George Clooney doesn't hoover his own apartment.
George Clooney
I mean?
might. Well, no, he could probably be too busy, but there's a good chance that he might do. But we wouldn't see that, though. We would see him in the kitchen maybe cooking, but you wouldn't see someone cleaning.
Quick tangent. I often think this. I often think to myself, sometimes if I'm doing housework, like if I'm putting the bins out, I think to myself, does like Robert Downey Jr. put his bins out? Does like...
well, someone, I would say Christian Bale, yes.
He's putting the bins out.
He's putting the bins out.
Good for you. Put the fucking bins out.
He's putting the bins out, I think. But yeah, some people aren't going to put the bins out.
Who's folded the laundry? Does Jackie Chan fold up his pants when they come out of the dryer?
But the thing is, though, the trouble is that if you don't have much time for the day, and you make more money than you can to like spend your time. Do you know what I mean? You can pay someone else. You just pay someone else to do that job.
Yeah. Does Al Pacino ever pull his pants out of the laundry?
Okay, where's my fancy leopard skin pants?
Got those skid marks right out.
One foot on the other foot.
Just wondering, it's interesting. But anyway, she's hoovering, and while she's hoovering, she's got the TV on, and you're right, Pump It Up is on, and she's like, oh, so that's what she's been doing. She's getting famous. And then the doorbell rings, and it's the neighbour.
Sexy neighbour. Well,
and he's just seen Sue's show for the first time.
Yeah. I just seen your show.
Ew. Oh my God, can you come over mine for a drink? You don't have to say yes now, but it's a date. You're coming over. And then he walks off, and as he walks across back to his apartment, he starts singing Pump It Up. Even he's singing it.
Gotta pump it up.
He loves it. She picks up another refill kit, and she stops off in a cafe, and we see an old man in there. And this old man is the other version of the nurse that gave her the original MSB, because he's got the birthmark on his arm. And he looks at her and he says to her,
Gotta
7 days is a long wait, isn't it? She's like, excuse me? And he's like, 7 days. It's a long time to wait. She said,
because there's going to be a lot of other people out there who do this. Yeah.
And she says, do I know you? And he goes, all I know is it gets more lonely each time. While somebody else is out there living their best life. And she's like, have you followed me? And he goes, well, I just wanted to see how you were getting on, seeing as though I was the one that recommended it to you.
I see.
And then he says to her, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking to yourself, am I still worth something? Am I still someone?
Gotta pump it up.
And then he says to her, one quick question. Has she started eating away at you yet and stealing away time from you? And Demi freaks out at this point and she's like, oh my God, how does he know so much? And she just leaves. So it's interesting that there's this whole underworld. It's very David Lynch, this scene. Very sort of like there's a whole underworld going on, an underbelly. Love it. And on the way out, she bumps into Troy outside her apartment block, who's very cross because Sue's not calling him because obviously she's unconscious for the next 7 days, and he speeds off on his motorbike. There's a great shot where he speeds off on his motorbike and we're left with Demi Moore in the foreground, and you watch his bike go on and on and on in the distance for ages. It's such a cool shot. I don't know why, I really liked it. Then she gets home and she's right, she doesn't feel like she's worth anything, but then she remembers
Fred, good old Fred, who's now going to get stitched the fuck up.
She digs around in her old crap and she finds Fred's phone number. She calls him up. Hello? Hi, is that Fred? Yes, who's this? Oh, it's Elizabeth Sparkle.
Yeah, it just goes quiet for ages.
Fine. She's like, hello, and he goes, I'm in shock. I'm so sorry. Oh. And then she says, I just wondered if you'd still like to go out for a drink or some food. And he goes silent again for about 30 seconds. And she's like, what the fuck's going on with this phone line? And he's like, no, I'm still here. I'm just really shocked. And then he says, I'd love to. Let's go to Luigi's. It's a great place. And she's like, great. I'll see you tonight at 8:00. And he's like, I can't wait. And she is so happy that somebody's paying her attention, even though it's just Fred. Yeah. She's so happy. And you really feel like for her at this point. And this is why Demi deserves every award she got for this. She's so great in conveying this emotion and this vulnerability. So she gets ready. She gets ready for the night out. She gets her gloves on, her makeup, does her hair. She makes a mistake, though, of looking in at Sue. And she sees we get a close-up of Sue's perfect pouty lips. And that gets in her brain. She goes back to the mirror. She looks at her lips and thinks, well, Sue's got 20-year-old lips. I've got 61-year-old lips. I better do something like this. So she applies more makeup. And I know from speaking to lots of women that have watched this that this is the thing that women go through a lot. You're never quite happy with your makeup, but the more you add to it, the worse it looks. And this is what she does. She keeps thinking about Sue and how perfect she is, and she tries to adjust her makeup. Then she puts a scarf around her neck to cover up her sort of older looking throat with a few wrinkles on it. Doesn't work. She just looks more and sillier in her head anyway. And it gets worse and worse and worse. Then she makes one more mistake of looking out the window, and of course the billboard of Sue is just looking over at her, haunting her. And this is where Demi goes into meltdown, and this is a heartbreaking scene where she wipes and smears all the makeup off so angrily. The director made her do this like 5 or 6 times in a row.
Right.
And she said, I cannot do it anymore. Firstly, I'm hurting my face, and secondly, I'm really like, it's upsetting me a lot. And she said when she got home that night from shooting this scene, she actually cried for like an hour when she got home, Demi, because it like really affected her doing this scene. But she hates herself and she hates the way she looks. And while she's doing all of this, Gav, what's happening on her phone? Ding.
Getting texts from Freddie saying, where are you? I'm here. I'm sitting inside now. Just inside, just waiting for you.
And he's like, a big star like you likes to make an entrance. But of course she doesn't. So she comfort eats. She's sitting on the sofa eating loads of shit.
It's a little bit like depression as well, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there's an element of that in this. And then it's back to Sue time.
Gotta pump it up. Gotta pump it up.
And this is where we get the butt lump.
Got a butt lump. Got a butt lump.
Now we don't know if this is real or if this is in her head or not.
Up. Gotta lump it up.
And we find out it's not real. It's a dream. This whole section now is a dream. Basically, to describe it to you, she's doing another workout and there's a huge close-up of her butt. And I saw this in the cinemas, did you, Gab? That is one big butt to put up on the screen.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, when she bends over, there's a weird lump sticking out of her butt.
Yep.
And she feels it. And then she covers her hand over it. And then somebody says, cut. Sorry, one of the producers said they saw something bizarre.
And she feels it as well, doesn't she?
And we're going to watch the tape back.
And she's like freaking that they're going to see what she saw, which was a lump come out of her butt.
They put it up on the giant screen and they go frame by frame.
It comes out of the top of her hip, sort of top of her buttock. It's just a lump. It doesn't actually come out. It doesn't come out like the bum hole. It's just to explain where it comes from. So she gets freaked out that they're all going to see it. She runs off back to her dressing room. And when she's in her dressing room, she manoeuvres the lump in her buttock all the way around the side of her hip towards her navel, reaches into her navel and pulls out a chicken drumstick, which is what Demi Moore was eating. And this almost made me lose my lunch because I don't do belly buttons very well. I hate things going into them. It's a phobia of mine. But it's a dream because she wakes up next to Demi Moore and it was all a bit of a weird fever dream in her 7-day coma thing. Oh, boy. And then she goes in the living room and she sees evidence of what Demi's been doing. There's food everywhere, junk food, chicken bones. She calls the substance hotline to complain about Demi this time. Yep.
Just sitting around, she's eating fucking junk food.
They must have this all the time. It's like, yes, we told you of our other self. You are one. What is it with you guys?
Hell.
They must realise at some point their substance isn't working. Do you know what I mean?
They're obviously making money out of it.
Oh, yeah, that's why they don't care.
She then goes to the studio, but
Dun, 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 dun.
Haven't you been told, Sue? What? The show's been cancelled.
Yeah. And she's like, what?
Go to Harvey's office immediately.
No, don't change now. And she's like, oh, God, that means business. Oh, shit.
She goes there. And he basically, it's a really cruel way of saying, you're so popular that we're cancelling that show and we're going to get you doing a different show and you're going to host the New Year's Eve show, which is going to have the highest ratings ever because you're going to be on it. Will you do it? Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Great. We're going to start prepping now for it. Let's do it.
Yeah. So this is going to be the big ender. That is the New Year's Eve show.
Yep. So she takes more and more spinal fluid out of Demi so that she can do a lot more prep and spend a lot more time getting ready for this New Year's Eve show. And at this point, the place that she's removing the spinal fluid from in Demi Moore's back is starting to go a little bit grey, a little bit brown, a bit pussy, not looking good. And after probably stealing about another week or so from her, Demi wakes up after the switch, and she screams, and her whole leg is like her finger was. So is her arm. Her hair has all gone grey and falling out, and some of her face is going a little bit sort of browny grey as well.
Can I have a tangent? That saying sort of the wisdom is youth is wasted on the young,
and also it's saying that the youth takes from the older generation. They basically eat away at us. And in fact, and this is one of the things
just
that Alice
mentioned. I'm not even talking about this, but
sorry.
You carry on.
No, go on.
I was going to say, youth being wasted on the youth, if people say that sort of thing, because like now, the knowledge I have now as a 48-year-old, and sort of bit more wisdom and know not to do things, what to do, what's the correct thing, you know. Go back to when you're younger, you wouldn't waste so many years. You do. I know but you're enjoying yourself. But it is a lot of time. It is wasted when you have a very fresh young body, mind, everything, the energy, you know, all that stuff. So Sue, when the New Year's Eve show comes along, because straight away when she's like, boom, I'm gonna get a job, she must come with all the wisdom, knowledge, and know-how of the dancing that Demi's learned to do over the years.
Yeah.
So she's literally coming at what that saying is, the opposite of it. Youth being wasted on the young, on the youth being wasted on the youth. You're coming out straight away with that wisdom. That's what this is exactly. We're seeing that, so I thought it was quite interesting.
But it's also, and I was sorry to cut you off there.
That's fine. You carry on now.
It's also, for me, and my wife said this, it's that the younger generations, they don't appreciate how we got to where we are. They want to take shortcuts, and also they this is the literal sense of them eating away at us. And in fact, my wife said, in some ways, not necessarily our kids, but your children do kind of eat away at you a little bit. You know, when you, for the first 5 or 6 years especially, you're very tired all the time. Yeah. You have very low energy, very little money or anything, and you do age rapidly, especially women after they've had a baby. Their body goes through hell. And in some ways, Demi Moore's character did birth Sue. You know, she was born from her back, yes, but she still birthed her. So when she said, I look after an elderly mother, there is something in that. And I do think that there's a comment here on how women's bodies age rapidly, and the youth just don't see that. You know, my kids are like, Daddy, pick me up. Even when I had a really bad back last week, I still had to pick them up because they don't appreciate, you know, what it's doing to me and that I'm aging. They ask me, why is your beard going grey? All this kind of stuff, you know. They ask me that, and I'm like, because I'm getting older, you know, I'll be 50 in a couple of years. That's just the way it is. And they're like, oh, okay. They don't get it. And Sue doesn't get that. Every time she does this to Elizabeth, she's fucking her up. Or she does get it, but she kind of doesn't care as well, you know? Because when I was younger, I didn't really care that much.
No, you don't care about time or anything. Yeah. It's interesting. So when I talk to my children, I try the best I can to fucking just be like, you know, do this. Make sure you have a productive day today, guys. Creative day. Come on, let's just do stuff. Be positive. Let's do things. Let's not just
eat your greens.
Let's just not sit playing games.
Yeah.
Come on.
Eat your greens. Drink some water.
Yeah.
Don't do heroin.
Eating the greens, that's just impossible.
So we get another phone call now to the complaints line, because obviously Demi Moore is completely fucked.
Like, do you want to stop?
And he's like, you can stop the process now. She's like, well, we'll let reverse. And he's like, no, nothing.
No, we've told you. Do you not fucking listen, you people?
So she says, no, I don't want to stop, because it would be like, again, this is something my wife says, it would be like stopping your daughter from living her wildest dreams. So part of her thinks, well, I can't really stop because she's having such a great time.
Yeah.
I just got to trust that she gives me just my 7 days and doesn't steal anymore.
Yeah.
So she says no. She goes and watches TV. She's fucked and decrepit to the point where she can't even stretch her leg out. And this bit with the knee gaff, when she cracks her knee open to snap it out and stands up.
Yeah.
And she gets her cookbook out.
Loads of people are squirming in the seat. I'm not bothered, but Sarah has a knee, which she sometimes, oh my God, it's gone, and she has to wait, and she pulls it up and cracks it. So I think she doesn't appreciate it. So some people really don't like that, but yeah.
If this was an ankle, you would probably have been a bit more squirmish because you don't like ankles. She then makes a mistake of watching an interview with Sue on TV while she cooks up some terrible recipes from this French cookbook, which involves like blood sausages and all this other really raw meat. And while they're interviewing Elizabeth, they're like, where are you from? And, tell us about yourself. And she says, were you ever a fan of it? The guy's like, were you a fan of Elizabeth Sparkle? And she's like, I mean, it's more like Jurassic Fitness with her, isn't it? And she's like, Jurassic Fitness, I'll give you fucking Jurassic Fitness. She's like, she's stuffing the turkey. She's like, I'll show you fucking Jurassic Fitness.
Fist that turkey.
And then she says something relatively nice, Sue. She says, look, I grew up with her. In some ways, my mum was always watching her in the house. Her mum obviously being Demi Moore. So I guess there's a connection between us. But Demi Moore is absolutely losing her mind at this point. She's this crazy old, deformed, decrepit woman stuffing a turkey angrily.
Have you ever stuffed a turkey angrily?
No, thankfully. Have you?
No, just punching it hard you can.
Do you know who I think would stuff a turkey really angrily? I can imagine him doing it. Griswold.
Oh yeah, probably.
I can imagine him getting so cross.
Really giving it some. I love the fact that Demi fights back against her now adversary, which seems to be this new self. She fights back with calories.
Yes. Because when Sue wakes up, she finds the apartment trashed.
Oh God, yeah. Windows blacked out with newspapers.
And there's
she's shocked.
There's a butt dent in the chair, isn't there?
Yeah.
Where Demi Moore's just been sitting for hours. You can see her buttocks dented into the chair.
Yeah.
So Sue thinks, right, fuck this. So she fills up every jar she can find with spinal fluid from her back. And she just says to her, I need a few more days. That's all. And it actually says 3 months later, the next shot. So
wow.
So Demi's been lying there for 3 months.
Sue must be starting to feel the effects though from that.
But she's taken it every day. She's taken every last bit of spinal fluid out of her back. Mm. And it's the day before New Year's Eve. And Sue's got this boyfriend, the hairy butt guy.
It's not a long-term plan with Sue, is it? She may have youth on her side and like the knowledge of dance, but she just doesn't have fucking sensibilities, does she?
And again, you could look at this
as greed.
Is this an addiction like alcohol or coke or something? Because there isn't a long-term plan. You can't sustain a lifetime of cocaine use.
You don't think next week. You're thinking today.
Yeah. So she's got this boyfriend. She goes and looks in the secret room, which is absolutely disgusting. You've got this body lying on the floor. There's spinal fluid all over the place in jars.
Oh.
But the spinal fluid is coming out black.
Oh.
She calls the hotline.
There's only a small bit of black fluid left.
And the hotline are like...
And she's feeling it as well at this point.
Yeah, and the hotline are like, well, look, you know the rules. It's every 7 days.
Respect the balance.
It's been 3 months, to be honest. And he's like, well, you've got to switch. It's the only way.
There's no other option. You have to switch it.
You need to regenerate her spinal fluid by switching back.
And they must have got off the line, the call centre for the substance. They got off the phone and went, fuck it hell. Oi, Fred. What? Oh, because it's funny enough, it's Fred who Demi was on a date with. He works at the office. What is it? I was on a date last night. She never turned up, that bitch. He goes, oi, guess what? Not that's a coincidence, but this person's been 3 months. This one's in there. Oh, a 3 monther. Yeah, she's gonna be a right state when she wakes up. I know.
Well, she does switch. She switches them back, and she collapses on the floor, obviously. And her boyfriend hears that, and he comes there with his big, hairy, naked butt, and he's like, Sue, Sue, what's going on in the bathroom? And the
I've got a
door's
big
locked.
naked butt out here and it's hairy.
And Demi Moore wakes up. Oh, shit. She looks
She loses it.
tremendous.
Locks door straight away before he can. He opens the door and she locks it just before. But he should have just walked in. That'd been well funny.
She looks in the mirror and it's actually
She
really...
looks like. Do you know who she looks like? Remember Sin City?
Yeah.
The yellow dude.
She looks like that, but she also looks like a cross between Brundlefly and the Elephant Man.
Yeah, and she's just like, get out.
And he's like,
so what the fuck?
He says, who the fuck is in there? And she's like, fuck off. And she looks in the mirror, and you get this moment where even with all that prosthetics, Demi Moore just looks at herself in the mirror and just is absolutely heartbroken at her.
And
herself.
her knees give away, and she falls to the floor.
Yeah. And then
she calls up and says she wants to stop. And they're like, hey, we'll deliver the Terminator kit.
I've written here, she's all naked and floppy and hunched over. But she is. And she calls the hotline again.
Then she's off to pick up the kit all wrapped up.
Yeah, well, first of all, she drags her picture back into the living room.
Yeah.
And then she puts a disguise on to go and pick up the termination kit. Now, this is a whole other story, a whole other tangent. You could go off on abortion here now.
Yeah.
Because she's picking up a termination kit. She wants to end her daughter's life in a way. It's just, there's a lot to unpack with this film. The neighbour, hilariously, is like, hey, what's going on in there, Sue? You ready? And she just goes, fuck off, and pushes him out of the way.
Yeah.
And he absolutely freaks out, which is hilarious. She grabs the termination kit, brings it back, fills up the syringe with this black liquid, hovers over Sue's chest for a little bit, and then thinks, do I want to do this? Do I want to do this? She starts injecting it, but then when she's almost fully injected it, she stops because she we as the audience, we hear her heartbeat slowing down.
Yep.
And she realizes she's ending a life. It's technically her daughter in a way.
And then she's just like,
brought her
no,
into this world.
And she just gets guilty, doesn't she?
She does. And then she says, I need you, Sue, because I hate myself. And tonight is our big night. So she starts doing CPR on Sue. And black fluid starts coming out of her nose. She grabs the switch tube, stabs it into Sue's heart, which wakes up, and dun dun dun, this is the first time they've ever met.
Yeah.
Both awake.
It is, isn't it?
And it's, whoa, it's like, wow,
and
this
then
is amazing.
I think she straight away wishes that she hadn't brought her back.
Well, Sue sees the needle on the ground, the termination needle, and again, this is like abortion thoughts, and she chases Demi around the apartment, and she does like a full front kickboxing kick on her.
Yeah.
Demi goes flying across the room. She starts strangling Demi Moore. Demi smashes a vase over Sue's head. Sue does another huge kick. She kicks the bathroom door in. And you just know this pristine white tiled bathroom floor is going to get red in a minute, and it does, because she smashes Demi's face into the mirror. I counted 8 times.
It is a full-on
face smash,
isn't it? Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Little story for you. My in-laws, Tim and Nora, shout out. They don't listen.
That happened around yours the other day with the in-laws.
No. My in-laws, shout out to Tim and Nora, who won't be listening to the show, but that's fine. My wife told them, Dan really loves The Substance. Everyone's really raving about it. They tried to watch it, Gav. They gave up at this point.
Oh, well, I wish they'd made it to the end.
They gave up on the face smash.
Oh,
that was
enough.
when they stopped it and said it's too much. It is extremely gory.
Yeah, they get the shit kicked out of each other.
Demi crawls into the corridor with glass in her face, and Sue again front kicks her across the room into a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And I counted
that
Sue kicks her 24 times in the torso now while she's lying on the floor.
Okay.
Kicks her to death, basically. She's dead on the floor.
It's crazy.
And we get this close-up of Sue's face covered in blood, but then these 2 tears come out of her eyes and leave these perfectly clear tracks down through the blood. Such an incredible close-up. It's brilliant. And then it's time for Sue to get ready for the New Year's Eve show, Gav. So, let's do it.
This is where it just, because this is quite funny. This ending here makes it quite diverse. It's almost like We knew the New Year's Eve show was coming, and that was going to be the ending. But it's almost like you feel like the movie could have finished. It could have done, and it's kind of stays in the same ballpark that it's created. It created its own little ballpark, and it stayed in it. But then it goes Peter Jackson towards the end there, and some people have this end has been a bit divisive. I remember it came out, some of the comments on like social media. A lot of people there saying, "Oh, fucking, it just ruined it by going there. It was too much and too." Do you know what I mean? But it's a wild trip, and I was just like, "Yeah, go there." I was
on board all the way through.
Yeah, go there.
You know.
Go on in. What happens?
So she gets this huge blue dress on. And her hearing is going a bit wonky because, of course, she hasn't been able to take any activator. Also, she had some termination liquid in her as well. She gets a bit of a ringing in her ears. She gets a bit dizzy. She coughs up some blood in the bathroom. Well, you know, when she's at the studio. Her tooth falls out. She smiles, and she's sort of mentally smiling and crying at the same time. And then she pulls out another tooth and then a third tooth. So she's pulling out her own teeth now, looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
And again, you know, when women have babies, a common thing is their teeth can fall out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? This is all
very, very common.
She screams silently to herself, doesn't she?
Yeah.
And she remembers the activator. So she cleans herself up and thinks, if I can just get some more activator, I'll be all right. So she heads down the corridor with her mouth shut so no one can see that her teeth have fallen out.
Yeah, I know.
And she bumps into Harvey.
But it's before though, like when she doesn't know what to do with her face.
When she just screams into the mirror, but silently.
Yeah, we're at the point where she gets the pay. Which point are we?
Where she bumps into Harvey and all the shareholders in the corridor.
Oh yeah. But oh yeah, of course she hasn't. Yeah, fine.
And he says, "Oh, there she is. Give us a smile." So she smiles without showing her teeth.
Yeah.
And he says, "Pretty girls should always smile." And then all those other girls walk by, and he's like, "Let's go, let's go."
Interesting that she somehow manages to speak fine without some of her teeth.
She doesn't speak.
Does she not speak at all at any point?
No, she just smiles at him.
No, she does at some point. On the phone she does. I think when she rings up. Does she ring?
No, I don't think she does, no. She gets in the lift.
Okay, fair enough.
A guy gets in the lift and he's going, but you can't hear him because her hearing's going.
Oh, God. So at this point here, this is the fly.
And then her nails fall off.
This is what I knew Sarah liked. Sarah loves a fly, and I was like, you're going to like it for this.
She runs. We get an extreme close-up of her face as she's running along.
She basically runs off the lot. She's like, fuck it, I've got to get out of here.
She gets home. She finds the activator.
Yeah.
And she says, "Please give me a better version of myself. Please give me a better version of myself." So she's now copying a copy.
Yeah.
You should never make a copy of a copy.
No.
So she injects herself and she passes out. Her back splits open. All those crazy visuals again. And we get a waking up POV of something waking up, seeing Sue on the floor.
Yeah.
Go over to the mirror. This is where... Sorry, this is where it's the fly meets the elephant man.
It is so fucked up.
There are teeth everywhere, all over the body. There's ears everywhere. There's a tit here, a tit there. It's just a blob of arms and tits.
I don't remember that nursery rhyme as a child. There's a tit
here,
there's a tit there.
Here a tit, there a tit, everywhere a tit.
Old MacDonald had a tit.
Lying on the floor. She is a mess. And this is where we get the last title card, which is Monstro Eliza Sue. So this is the monstral version of Elizabeth and Sue.
I wish your parent-in-laws had still carried on watching this.
Me too. But, Gav, no, regardless of how disgusting she looks...
But hang on, we've got Demi Moore's face coming out of her back. Just a little bit of the face.
Yeah.
Just the features. Going, oh! And
like
I was just like, oh my God.
It's like Han Solo and Carbonite.
It was full on.
But she gets ready. She pulls the dress over herself.
Of course, it's nothing stopping a lady.
She puts on some earrings. She hasn't got any ears, so she puts one in one lump of flesh and one in a lump on her head. Apparently, these are the earrings that were used in the Hitchcock movie Frenzy. Exactly the same.
Wow.
Earrings. Yep.
Hitchcock would have loved it though.
But I love that she just puts them in lumps of flesh, not in her ears, because she hasn't got any ears, really.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Then she tries to straighten her hair with some hot hair straighteners, but of course the hair just falls out.
Yeah.
And then just to make things crazier,
Yeah.
she cuts out the picture of Demi Moore's face off of that big poster.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
And then glues it onto her own face.
I do like when she curls a strand of hair.
That's what I say. It just falls out. It just falls out.
But yeah, gluing Moore's face onto her face is brilliant.
Now we've seen this
Demi
in
Moore,
Deadpool, the
Demi
first
Moore.
Deadpool
and this
movie.
and this is Demi Moore with prosthetics.
Yeah.
That's you got to give hands down, because Demi would have never done this in any movies. Sit there for ages having prosthetics done.
Ryan Reynolds did this in Deadpool at the end of the first Deadpool movie when he glued Hugh Jackman's face to his face as a little joke. But this is like, at this point now, it's so ridiculous and so funny, but also incredibly tragic.
Yeah.
Like, and it nails it for me. It nails that fine line between all of those things. And I've put here, is this real? Is this a death dream? That's how I was feeling the very first time I watched this. I was like, is any of this actually happening now? I don't really know what's happening. She goes back to the studio and everyone's like, you're here at last.
It does feel like this could have been a dream. Then she wakes up back at the flat and just, I don't know. But yeah.
And she manages to go up on the stage in the dark.
No one seems to notice. No.
And Harvey says, here she is, my most beautiful creation. You know, I shaped her for success.
The Charlotte's gone down. It all goes quiet.
And now I'm a bit concerned that there's a lot of children in the audience here, not because of what's about to happen, but also there's a lot of topless women and a lot of bare asses shaking.
There is. Yeah, I did think that myself.
Why are there children?
And we get the music from Kubrick.
2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
As she walks towards the microphone. And on her back, of course, we've got Demi Moore's face silently screaming.
But then she tries to talk.
I'm very honoured to be here and see you all.
And everyone's just like, is this like a joke? What the hell is this? Like,
and then the mask falls off.
Oh, and the crowd are just stunned though, rather than like freaking out. And then just to top it off, the pistas de la resistance, a little boob, just emerges and comes out of her head,
almost born out of her head, isn't it?
Wow! When they're writing this and they're like, so at this point in the movie, we're giving you all this money for. You want Demi Moore, a boob to come out of Demi Moore's head. And they greenlit this, and someone paid for it to get made.
Now the audience go crazy. One of them shouts, "The monster!"
It turns into Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, it's a freak. And she says into the microphone, "It's me, Sue. I mean, Elizabeth, it's me." Everyone runs around trying to get out of there. She gets pushed over. She says, "I'm the same." Someone cuts her head off. But another head grows back in its place. Then her hand comes off, and this is where her wrist, without the hand, sprays the audience, children and all, in blood. Geezers and gushers of blood.
So much. This is Peter Jackson's much blood.
And this, of course, is Carrie as well.
It turns into, at this point, we've had 4 to the 4. This turns into a completely different movie, a different soundtrack. We've got metal.
Heavy metal thrash music.
This is now a music video.
I've written here, everyone in that audience is going to need therapy.
Yeah.
We get really Argento now, because not only is it Carrie with the blood going everywhere, but the lights suddenly just go red and blue, and that's all it is. It's Argento all over. It's incredible style. The blood goes absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
We go down a blood-soaked corridor. She manages to leave. She walks down the street, but collapses, and as she falls, she literally explodes.
Yeah.
Into a big pile.
Yeah.
And we get in that scene in Bad Taste, in Brain Dead, where the entrails are looking at themselves in the mirror.
Yeah.
It's almost a bit like that now, Peter Jackson style, because all that's left is a face that crawls out of this pile of body parts.
Yeah.
Crawls along, makes it to her star on the boulevard.
Yeah.
Smiles and looks up at the stars in the sky, and she imagines a spotlight coming down on her. She remembers almost like her life flashing before her eyes, She remembers everyone saying, "You won this, you won that. Oh my God, you're incredible. Wow, amazing." And then the face just melts away to a stain on the star.
I know.
And then a street sweeper comes along and mops it up in the morning.
It just takes it off, and it's just, I love it. It's very much The Thing, isn't it, man? It's getting like the head.
Yep.
Putting itself along. It's just amazing. It just pulls itself there. It goes, I have to go back to my star. And that's going to be my resting place.
And that's, of course, where we started this film, with that star.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's still a 10 out of 10 film for me on my fourth watch.
Cool.
Flawless.
Nice. This is my second time watching it. I really enjoyed watching it again, and it was interesting. Sarah's got back to me of her valid points as well.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, before we talk about what our partners think of it then, I'll just very quickly go through my references. So the references I picked up on my fourth watch are Stuart Gordon, the Reanimator, specifically with the green goo, green fluorescent goo that they use to inject into themselves, but also like all the body horror generally. Yeah. Kubrick, obviously, because we've got the patterns on the floor, the long corridor shots, the white bathrooms, the 2001 Space Odyssey music even. I've mentioned Giallo and Argento. She's got a yellow coat, big glasses and a red hood, and it just has that kind of red and blue lighting at the end, and some of the score as well. Cronenberg, because of The Fly, the creature itself, the body horror, but it's also the sci-fi and the bleakness of it all. John Carpenter, because there's some elements of The Thing in this, but also there's some Backstreets that feel very dystopian.
Not Backstreet Boys.
Not the Backstreet Boys. David Lynch, because it's just there's just weird nightmare visuals in this, but also The Elephant Man, there's a real nod towards that. Yeah. Sam Raimi, because of the extreme close-ups, the camera angles, the almost splatter comedy. The same goes for Peter Jackson with that splatter comedy and the camera angles, but also that scene, like I mentioned, with the entrails being able to move on their own. Yeah. And finally, Brian De Palma with Carrie, the ending of Carrie. Everybody in an audience soaked at what should be a really lovely event, the prom, the end of Carrie. The same with this. Everyone ends up completely soaked. There are probably many more references. Another one I noticed this time around was The Fly is definitely referenced, because at one point when she's drinking after the shrimps, when he leaves her alone, there is a fly floating in her drink. So there's definitely a nod there as well. So what does Sarah think as a lady?
Well, she's talking about the last 20 minutes of the show. I feel that the last 20 minutes of show the monster you can become when you don't accept age and have surgery. And also, I feel like the blood vomit scene is like a mental breakdown over not being pretty or young enough to meet society's expectations anymore.
Wow. Well, Alice, I've already mentioned, she says there's a lot of mother and daughter sort of stuff in this. But also, the other part of that I haven't mentioned is, people often compare mothers and daughters, not so much sons and fathers, where they'll go, don't you wish you were pretty like your daughter? Don't you wish you could still do that like your daughter can?
Oh, who says
and
that?
People do say that, Gav. It's very, no.
Get rid of them.
But that's another thing. So that competition almost, and actually a lot of mums will probably not want to own up to it, but they, and dads with their sons, are probably a little bit jealous of their daughter or son, and they want to live vicariously through them. And the other thing that Alice mentioned as well is this, and this ties into the ending, this is basically an extreme version of what women feel they have to do to be accepted in society and not look old. Because when men get old, like Paul Rudd, George Clooney, people are like, they look great for their age. But when women get old, people don't say that, particularly famous women. And Alice's take on the ending is, yes, it's extreme and it's crazy and it's out there and tragic and to the max, but actually where does it end? Where do we stop giving ourselves injections or taking Ozempic or all these pills or having, injections, collagen or whatever it is? Where does it end? Because she carried on doing that and doing that and doing that and doing that, and she literally exploded at the end, and that's a crazy way of saying it, but like, where does that end? So there's that whole cosmetic thing of it as well. It's so much.
But it's a great film, and I think it opens up many a conversation. But let's get out of this.
Look, It's a thumbs up from me. It's a thumbs up from Gav.
Yep.
If you can tell me of a horror film in the last 25 years that's better than this, I'd love to hear it. I can't think of one, which is why it's my favourite in the last 25 years. That was The Substance. Bill Murray's arrived in a yellow tracksuit
and
with some nunchucks.
And Bill Murray, you've been a naughty boy, haven't you? You had a mask on your face, and someone else had a mask, and you went to kiss them, and they didn't like that, and you thought it'd be a joke, and they had to stop production on a whole film, and it's being under investigation at the moment.
You and Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He thought it'd be a laugh. Which, to be fair, he's only a mask on a mask, but still, I don't know. Maybe don't go to kiss people. I don't know.
Not these days. It was alright in the 80s.
So yeah, he's been doing in the news. You've been in the news, haven't you?
Yeah, but
Billy.
he's got his nunchucks, so don't antagonise him.
So he's could probably smack himself in the face. Bill Murray with nunchucks. Come on.
Look at him. He's swinging them all over the place.
He's pretty good with a golf club, so maybe.
All right, Bill, take us in.
Let's do it.
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the strange world. It's a very strange world that we live in. Thanks, Bill. So, as you can guess from Bill's outfit, Gav, we're going to be talking about Bruce Lee.
Funny enough, today I was just round at my dad's and I was going through my trunk of costumes, which is stored away in a shed in the garden.
Do you have a trunk of costumes?
Yeah. It's a big, massive black plastic trunk, and it's totally full of costumes from all the films he made and all sorts. And
okay.
I've also got in it, though, I noticed I've got my black kung fu suit, which I bought from Chinatown in San Francisco. And it's very Bruce Lee-like. And it just made me think of it, sorry.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I could have wore it for this evening. I didn't even think about it. I would have done it if I'd remembered. I'd have sat here wearing it.
Well, this is our chance, before we get into our last review of the episode, Enter the Dragon, this is our chance to really talk about Bruce Lee. Talk about the man, the myth, the legend, the theories, the all the stuff around him, really, and some of the facts as well.
Yeah, he's quite a young fella still, really, wasn't he, when he passed?
Yeah, he was, yeah. So he's an icon, a legend of martial arts cinema. But cinema in generally, and just a pop culture icon.
Oh yeah, because thing was with Bruce was that because he had American coolness with the shades and all this sort of stuff, and he was in that era with Steve McQueen's and all those sort of people, he just brought that sense of cool. He did what Jimi Hendrix did with a guitar. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. He had he combined. He brought audiences.
Great charisma.
Yeah, and he really brought together audiences from China or Hong Kong. So Asian audiences, but white audiences, black audiences absolutely loved him. And his films were shown in like Harlem and stuff like that. And he was such a hippie. He really truly believed that.
Hugely diversive.
Yeah, he
with
absolutely
audiences.
Yep. Everybody loved him, and if it hadn't been for him and his films in the early 70s, then people argue, would martial arts films really have ever penetrated North America, European cinemas the way that they have? Because if it wasn't for Bruce Lee, you wouldn't have your Van Dammes, your Seagulls, and then your Jackie Chans and all your other people that have come followed. He was the first non-white action star as well.
Yeah.
And on top of all that, like you just said, he was a Steve McQueen, he was a Clint Eastwood. There are people that you look at, they will go down in history in 100, 200 years. People will look back and go, Bruce Lee, Clint Eastwood, Steve McQueen.
It's the sort of thing.
Elvis Presley.
If someone walked in a room, certain people, they have this sort of thing where it's just like, do you know what I mean? It's like they have this thing, and Bruce had that thing. He's a great spokesperson for Kung Fu in a way, and obviously he started with his Jeet Kung Fu or whatever, and doing
Jeet
Kune Do, and doing his own sort of style, which was kind of the essential for what the 36 Chambers of Shaolin movie is, which is about opening up the martial arts to a wider audience. And famously, Bruce did this to situations which got him into trouble.
Well, Bruce Lee technically invented mixed martial arts.
Essentially, yeah.
You wouldn't have MMA really because he incorporated every element.
Mixed martial arts.
And that's what got him in trouble initially, and that's one of the theories we'll talk about in a minute.
And open it up to a Western audience.
Yeah, he took the best of all the martial arts, whether it was just straight boxing, kung fu, karate, and he created, even dancing. He was a cha-cha champion in Hong Kong.
Well, he's good on his feet.
And he was, and he's very fast. But he basically took all of those elements and developed not just a martial art, but a philosophy. And that philosophy was, you've heard many of his quotes like "be water," work around it, use your opponent's energy back against yourself.
I actually use the "be water" on a regular basis, and I don't understand if it's completely same sentiment of Bruce's, but I take that sentiment as in like adapting to your situation. The water, as he says, like the water goes into whatever it goes into, it goes to that shape. If it goes into a jug, it makes that shape. If it goes to glass, it makes that shape. It's basically, so I read that as, and I don't know if he's trying to push that across, but that's adapting to your situation. And adaptation is the best thing you can do, especially when you become a parent, for example, or just situations, so you don't freak out and fuck yourself up. And I take that from that totally, and I use that quite often. So that's Bruce and me,
And also, water can pick up and carry something heavy, or it can smash through something as well.
Yeah, water's an amazing thing itself. On a side note, props to water. I didn't realise he was in 3 episodes. He was Kato as well. I did 3 episodes of Batman as Kato. I knew
there was a crossover. Green Hornet met Batman in a crossover.
It's in 1 episode of Ironside.
He was in Longstreet as well. He had many famous students. Was friends with many famous martial artists and action stars like Chuck Norris, Steve McQueen. He's taught loads of people.
5'7".
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He taught John Saxon some moves as well, which we'll get into for Enter the Dragon.
Famously, well, not famously, but in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that thing.
That's not real. That didn't actually happen.
No, Tarantino's just, I don't know, he's quite funny because his daughter was a bit annoyed that Tarantino did that or something.
Yeah, Shannon Lee was unhappy with that, the Lee estate generally, but it's tongue-in-cheek, it is what it is. I mean, he's become so big that he's now, there's so much legend around him that people forget who the real man was. But going back to his developing himself and his mind and his philosophy, he would also incorporate like electronic gadgets, like those things that work your muscles, weightlifting, all sort of things that sort of were frowned upon really by ancient kung fu.
Yeah, weightlifting, especially.
Yeah, no one wanted to do that, but that's how he got so fast. That's how he got so fit and strong. And he was a small man, but he's incredibly strong and fast. He developed the 1-inch punch.
I was watching it, and it made me feel better because I'm not a very big person. I've been going to gym lots, but I was like, that's all right. I could be like Bruce Lee.
But his 1-inch punch was incredible. He developed a technique where he could transfer his entire body weight into his fist and just do this punch, which was literally an inch or two away from the object he was about to hit, and knock it back. And we've all seen that documentary footage of him doing that on stage.
I watched it a moment ago when you were speaking. I love the fact he could do like the one finger push-up.
Yeah, he could do one-arm pull-ups.
And apparently was capable of doing push-ups with a 250-pound man on his back.
Very, very strong man. And he had to be because he was a Chinese guy. Well, he's actually half Chinese. He was a Chinese guy in America for the most part, and there was a lot of racism. And I tell you what, if you were a racist piece of shit in the 60s and you went up to Bruce Lee, you've just picked on the wrong guy, because he is going to fuck you up big time. He was born in 1940. So he wasn't an old guy when he died.
I didn't see that Elvis Presley had an unfinished martial arts movie called New Gladiators, and actually it's found in 2003. They found 20 minutes of Lee demonstrating martial arts.
Yes, and he was also
unseen. You see,
he was also supposed to star in the Kung Fu TV show, but obviously they bottled out of it at the last moment and thought we can't have a Chinese guy as the lead role. So they put David Carradine in it instead.
Yeah, gutted.
Old wanky wank in the closet, David Carradine.
Yeah, that's just racism, really. At the end of the day.
So I've got a few facts, I've got a few myths, and we can just throw in things we know or we've heard about him, because it's fun with Bruce Lee to discuss these things. I've heard he stopped a bullet and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he's an icon, and I thought for this World of the Strange we can talk about him. So we'll start off with some facts, if you're cool with that.
Yeah, totally. Well, we're going to tell you a fact now. Jackie Chan, you're probably going to tell me this, says one of the worst injuries that he's ever had in his career was the nunchuck hitting him in the face by Bruce Lee in the accident in Enter the Dragon.
Yeah, that's right.
What a claim to fame, though. The worst pain for me injury. Oh, what's the worst injury? Oh, it's Bruce Lee, nunchuck, Enter the Dragon. Look, just those words. You've won.
So, I mean, I've got 3 facts about Jackie Chan, one of which he's told me himself.
Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
So Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan was in 2 Bruce Lee movies. He was in The Big Boss, where he doubled for a guy that Bruce Lee kicked through a window, because Jackie Chan was the only one who had the balls to actually jump about 10 feet through the air and smash through a window and land on the other side into a garden. And then in Enter the Dragon, yes, he shows up and gets hit by Bruce Lee in the head, and that's cool. Bruce Lee, so this is a story that Jackie Chan told me and a few other people at dinner when I was in Hong Kong with him many years ago. I believe this might have been in one of his books as well. It's ringing a bell. That's that as well. But he basically, we asked him to retell it. So he basically said he had a feeling he might become big, Jackie Chan, when after shooting his day with Bruce on Into the Dragon, he went bowling with some of the other stuntmen, and Bruce Lee followed him. Didn't say anything. They all went bowling. Bruce Lee sat at a bar with a beer and just watched them bowling, and then left just before they left. And the next day somebody came up to Jackie Chan and said, did you notice that Bruce Lee was watching you yesterday? He said, yeah. And he said he sees something in you. He thinks you're going to be something special. He just wanted to see what you were like out of work.
Isn't that funny?
Imagine Bruce Lee following you to a bowling alley,
just watching you like a perv.
So yeah, Jackie Chan is in Enter the Dragon.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. Time magazine once voted him as one of the top 100 most influential people of the century.
I love that Jackie Chan's story was that Bruce Lee followed him to look at him to tell him, I think it's something good. So basically Bruce was sitting there and he thought it was something special with me. Just looks at you all like,
Bruce Lee made it hard for Jackie Chan.
All right, big head.
No. Bruce Lee made it hard for Jackie Chan because when Jackie Chan started getting big, because he's arguably probably the second biggest Asian film star after Bruce, everybody wanted him to be Bruce Lee. And after about 5 films of him doing that, he said, I'm not Bruce Lee though, I'm funny, I want to be a comedy actor, I'm an acrobat, because Bruce wasn't an acrobat and Jackie is. So he had to really push back against what everybody thought he was going to be. But obviously Bruce opened the door for Chinese people to come and be amazing and do what they do, as well. So
have you ever seen that Yip Man movie? And that's the guy who's taught him for a few years.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Any good?
Yeah, there's about 4 of them now, I think.
What are they about?
Oh, they're brilliant.
Okay.
They're amazing. Yip Man is based on Bruce Lee's teacher.
Yeah.
He taught him one of his first martial arts. Top 100 most influential people of the century by Time magazine, along with Muhammad Ali, Anne Frank, Marilyn Monroe, Rosa Parks, Mother Teresa. But Bruce Lee is in there because I agree, he is one of the most influential people of last century. By the end of him being incredibly famous, he charged about $300 an hour for his lessons.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Which is why he only taught people like Steve McQueen.
But he was charging. At the end, it got to the point with his dancing lessons. He was charging $275 just for dancing because he got so popular.
Oh, really?
Cha-cha, yeah.
I'd get taught by Bruce Lee.
Because he was on a flight. He was on a passenger boat, And so he gave car lessons to the first class passengers to make money on his ship ride to the United States, and his demand got so much that he had the private lessons went to $275 an hour. That's crazy money. Think then. What's that now? Like $1,000 for a lesson an hour to learn dancing? That's crazy.
He read a book a day pretty much as well. In between working out, he read everything he could.
He was definitely, you can tell, definite tunnel vision, where it's just complete like focus on what he's doing. So he definitely, like with the martial everything, that'd be like also like, you know, knowing exactly his punches and everything, all that movement. Focus, proper full on focus.
If he wants to kick you on in between the eyebrows, he will. Like, he can literally just... one of his most famous quotes, because he was asked if he was scared of dying or scared of death, and he said, I'll tell you what, if I die tomorrow, if I go to sleep and I don't wake up tomorrow, I won't have any regrets, because I've done everything I've wanted to do. I can't expect anything more from life. So he'd already felt
like see his children grow up, surely.
Don't be mean. Poor old Brandon.
He had a daughter as well.
Shannon Lee. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
I was going to say, are you going to get onto his death at the end?
Yeah, we'll come on to that, because I've got that. The next bit we'll go on to is like theories around how he died and why he died. Okay, I'm just going to look up these calls and look into that a little bit while you speak to me. So they had to slow some of the kicks down, particularly in Enter the Dragon, because he was so fast with his feet, with his hands, but his feet even more so. Because people always said he was fast with his hands. Actually, his feet are incredibly fast, and you'll know what this means. But the directors of Enter the Dragon had to slow some of the scenes down to 34 frames per second to be able to catch his feet.
Yeah.
Is that slow? Is that?
Sorry, to say how many frames a second?
34.
34 frames a second. Well,
so
films are normally shot at 24 frames per second. That's the standard.
Right.
So 34 means they've sped it up.
So when they play it back, it's slower.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
But basically, the complaint on the set of Enter the Dragon was your kicks don't look real. It looks like we're speeding this up. So the only thing they could do was film it at higher speed, so that when they played it back, it was bit slower.
You film at higher speed, so when you slow it down, it's not so jittery. So it has more, it's collected more data when it's filmed. So when you slow it down, it doesn't look so shit.
One of the technical aspects around Bruce Lee is with his punch. He had one of the fastest punching speeds ever. If there's a target that was 3 feet away, he could react and reach it and punch it in 0.05 of 1 second. So before you've even blinked, you're on the floor.
Yeah.
Is this man real? Is he real?
He was as a kid growing up. He was Enter Dragon was kind of Enter Dragon's the only my sort of like gateway. That came on, maybe it's on telly or whatever, and I just went, oh my god, because it was also westernized, that movie. It had stuff like Understood, so where his other martial arts films were not on so much. They might have been on Channel 4 maybe late at night, but do you know what I mean? And this one I could see really easy, and I just got completely into it. I got ninjas were very popular at the time. I bought myself some nunchucks. I made myself nunchucks. I remember making myself a little chain and some wood, trying to do some shit. Fucking love it. Everyone did though.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. The 80s was all about kung fu and ninjas.
Yeah. Everyone had ninja posters, like the sword and stuff.
Ninja Turtles, ninja this, ninja that, and I was into, because of my dad being into Bruce Lee, that's what got me into martial art films, and therefore Jackie Chan. Obviously, I'm a huge Jackie Chan fan now, but it's all because of Bruce. If my dad hadn't gone to see those films at the cinema, and I can only imagine what my dad would have been like going to see those as a 15-year-old boy at the cinema, and then showing me them on VHS when I was like 12 or whatever.
I was watching a round table discussion of directors the other day, and Quentin Tarantino was saying, like, if someone's I think they're saying like if you had to show the last movie you'd watch or something, I don't know. It was Jackie Chan. It's a part 3. And he said it's the ending of that. He had to show someone movies. He said he showed them that movie for that ending. What movie would that be? It's a part 3.
Rush Hour 3?
No.
Oh, it's probably Police Story 3, probably.
Yeah, possibly that. Yeah, I think it was.
Incredible scene on a train at the end of that movie.
That's what he would show. You see, yeah, not plucking Rush Hour 3. Tarantino's not going to say that.
Well, I was thinking, what trilogies has Jackie done? And there's like 4 he's done. So
okay, yeah, that must be Police Story 3. And I've not seen the others. Can you watch Police Story 3 without seeing the others?
Yeah. But Police Story 1 is the dog's bollocks.
Really? Okay.
The dog's bollocks.
I need to watch them.
But we're not here for Jackie.
Sorry.
We're here for Bruce.
Sorry,
Jackie. He became really good friends with Chuck Norris. He picked him out because Chuck Norris was karate champion of the world about 10 times in a row. And Bruce said, well, look, if there's anyone I'm going to fight at the end of the Way of the Dragon, it's going to be Chuck Norris guy. He's American, he's hairy, he's the complete opposite to me. Because Bruce Lee was like no hair, skinny.
I did watch a Chuck Norris movie yesterday, actually.
You did. And Chuck Norris.
Something in the Hero, the Terror and the Hero, and Chuck Norris is so cheesy. He's so cheesy. Right at the end of it, it's just him going, looking at his pregnant wife. No, he's got the baby with his pregnant wife. And it freeze frame on Chuck Norris's cheesy grin. Well,
in an interview with Chuck Norris, they asked him how confident he was about beating people, seeing as though he was like a multiple world champion. He said, look, I'm not being a big head, but I can beat pretty much anybody. The only person I don't think I could ever beat is Bruce. And they were like, Bruce Lee? He's like, yeah, no one can beat Bruce.
Could he not? Do you think he couldn't?
I don't think he could beat Bruce.
And why is this? Just because Bruce is so fast and can just adapt to different martial art styles?
Because of that last thing you just said. Because he won't... Because if...
So whatever an opponent, he can change.
Yeah, exactly. And what I love about Jeet Kune Do is you get close enough to him and he'll take out your leg, or it's dirty fighting in a way. He'll take out your kneecap.
Well, he's sort of street fighting in a way. Yeah.
He could also do 50 one-armed chin-ups, Gav. Can you do a one-armed chin-up, let alone 50?
A one-armed chin-up?
I might be able to do one. I could probably do one.
I presume he's holding onto his wrist, though.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
he might do, actually, being him. But also, though, Bruce was extremely light.
That's true.
He was extremely light. I mean, when he died, he was like 75 kilograms or something. It's like next to nothing.
He had hardly any body fat on him.
Yeah, so there is that as well. He had a lot of muscle with hardly any weight. Like me, I've got a lot more body fat on me than Bruce Lee, that's for sure.
A lot of people don't know he wasn't fully Chinese. He was actually a little bit Dutch, German, and Chinese.
Fascinating.
If you trace his ancestry as well.
Okay.
So that's another little fact about him. He did obviously become an American citizen, though, which he was very proud of. And he absolutely loved that American 70s, 60s and 70s fashion and music.
Trump wouldn't have liked him, would he?
He wouldn't have. But when you see pictures of Bruce Lee in the 60s and 70s, I don't think there's a cooler looking dude.
That's what I'm saying. There was shades and the big collars. But he was living in that time where, there's cool people, but he fit perfectly, yeah.
We should obviously talk about Brandon, very briefly. Brandon Lee also passed away at a very young age, weirdly. We've covered The Crow, we talked about that.
In a way, Bruce's last movie, I know Bruce didn't pass on Enter the Dragon, and he did get to see it, contrary for what I thought he didn't. It opened up the market for a lot more films would have come out now with Bruce. And it's funny, Brandon Lee had obviously made quite a lot of films. But The Crow was like the big thing as well, and it's funny. It's it's not funny, ironically funny.
Well, Bruce Lee was making a film called Game of Death, which they paused production on so that he could go and make Enter the Dragon, and the intention was to come back with even more money and finish Game of Death, and that would be another smash. But sadly, he never got to finish that, so they finished it with a body double, weirdly. And then his cause of death is kind of been. It's been like it's a series of unfortunate events, but also not. I mean, some people said it was heat stroke. Some people said it was a reaction to a tablet he was given for a bad headache. Other people said it was because he smoked pot. I don't think Bruce Lee's going to die from smoking pot.
He didn't smoke, he chewed it.
Oh, did he? Okay.
And we'd went done it. Basically, he died of brain edema. It's a life-threatening condition that causes fluid to develop in the brain. The fluid increases the pressure inside the skull, which can reduce brain blood flow and decrease the oxygen to your brain receives, causing injury, including brain injuries, infections, inflammatory conditions, tumour cell growth, or death. Symptoms include visual disturbance, headaches, and nausea.
He was 32 when he died.
Yeah.
And when he was lying on the autopsy table, the doctor said, this guy's got the body of an 18-year-old who's in peak condition.
Yeah.
And he's 32. So let's get on to the crazy...
It comes down to the brain, though, doesn't it? Like,
it does.
Sometimes, even if whatever fit. Now, it's not saying people be lazy and don't bother going to the gym, but... but, yeah.
But let's get on to the crazy conspiracy theories around his death. There's lots of them. The biggest one, really, is that he was assassinated by the Triads. And they touch on this in Dragon, the Bruce Lee story and stuff. Basically, there was actually some truth to this, not the assassination side of it, but when he started teaching non-Chinese people, the Chinese community and the martial arts community were very cross with him. And he kept getting told, you're risking your family's life, you're risking your life if you continue to teach foreigners our techniques and our secrets. And he was like, no, I want to tell everybody about the Chinese culture, the Chinese traditions, martial arts, our music, our food. I want to share it with the world. We've got a beautiful culture. And they said, no. And at one point, he did have to fight. And it's never really been talked about, but he did have to fight somebody to prove he was worthy to teach foreigners. And they've hyped that up in some films where you see him fighting like Brad Pitt, or you see him fighting people in Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. But there is a whole conspiracy theory that the Triads assassinated him. But I think people get that muddled up with Game of Death, because in Game of Death, his character fakes his own death by Triads to then go undercover and try and find the people that are trying to do this to him. So I think people get that confused, and then they maybe get confused with Brandon Lee's death as well, who was killed on a film set, just like in Game of Death. Yeah. So that is one conspiracy theory. Another one is, of course, that there's a curse on the Bruce Lee family.
Which, yes, of course, because of Brandon.
There's a Brandon as well. But that's the only two things that have happened. I say the only two things. Bruce and Brandon are both dead. But you can't really, before the internet, these were the sort of pub conversations people would have. Another one was that he was poisoned because he actually had a mistress, apparently. So he was married to Linda for his whole life till he died, but apparently he had a mistress. Betty Ting Pei was a Taiwanese actress who's appeared in a couple of Bruce's films, actually. And she's the one who gave him the tablet. He went back to her house with a headache, and she gave him the tablet. But they think she may have poisoned him. Some people speculate that she poisoned him. Why would you do it?
I doubt it.
Why would you poison Bruce?
Yeah.
Another theory is he was murdered by his business partner, Raymond Chow, who owns Golden Harvest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because they didn't like the success he was having in America after Enter the Dragon, and they wanted to keep him for themselves. And obviously all of his films were made in Hong Kong or Taiwan until Enter the Dragon, and although that was shot mainly abroad, it is an American film and a Western film production, and Raymond Chow was worried that he was going to lose his big star and his money, basically his money making. And the final one is, of course, linked into Kill Bill, is that he got into a fight with somebody who knew the touch of death, the 5 fingers of death, where Bill Carradine, where David Carradine touches you and then touches himself.
I was going to say he did that to himself.
No, but some people believe that he had the 5 fingers of death and then died a few days later in bed from it. But I don't know. But the main thing to take away really is that he was a superhuman, genuinely.
Yeah.
Like, he pushed his body to the limits. Maybe he paid for it. Maybe that's why his brain gave out on him. I don't know. But he was probably the first real life superhero that I knew about. You know, when you watch those movies, and he only made five completed films. Let me just double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4. He made 4 films.
Right, shame, innit? Became a cultural hit.
The Big Boss, Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, Enter the Dragon, and then he did half of Game of Death, and that was it. But it's a bit like the Notorious B.I.G., who only made 1 album.
Yeah.
Made a second album just as he was about to die, and then obviously he died. The second album came out. Yeah. People say he's the best rapper of all time. But is that just because he never got a chance to do a shit album? And it's the same with Bruce Lee. Maybe he would have made some shit films as he got a bit older. Would he have gone down the route of Steven Seagal and Van Damme and made like straight to video movies? It's like a 60-year-old Bruce Lee. Imagine that.
Yeah, would that.
But then would he have been like this incredible juggernaut in cinema, and would he have teamed up with like Arnie in films? Can you imagine what that would be like?
80s action movies. If it had got properly into the 80s.
And then Stallone calls him back for the Expendables.
He would have done. He would have definitely been an action movie.
Can you imagine what?
Imagine him as First Blood.
Like? Oh, can you imagine it though? Like, the possibilities are there. It makes me sad to think about it, but also I'm really grateful for what we got from Bruce.
Enter the Dragon is what we're going to talk about. Is just an epic epic thing to leave us, and we're gonna, in a moment, give you all the glory, the heavenly glory.
All the heavenly glory. All right. Well, in that case, look, let's bow. But don't take your eyes off your opponent.
Right.
Anything to add to that, Bill?
No.
You don't want to enter my dragon. No, you don't want to enter my dragon. Thank you. Gav, he's going to take us out of here. I've had enough.
Here we go. Wow.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of Strange. Next week, though, Gimme Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
I've come to speak to you about a tournament of martial arts.
Roper!
What's your style? You can call it the art of fighting without fighting.
Where do you come from?
Welcome. You honor our island.
I have a funny feeling we're being fattened up for the kill.
Let the tournament begin.
Boards don't hit back.
Go!
Man, you come right out of a comic book. You have offended my family, and you have offended the Shaolin Temple. It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger, or you will miss all that heavenly glory.
Enter the Dragon from 1973. Rated R for pirates. Hour and 42 flies by. Flies by faster than one of Bruce's punches.
I didn't realise it was hour 42. I thought maybe hour 22 because it flies that well quick.
It's a synopsis. And prepare yourselves because this is quite the synopsis. A Shaolin martial artist travels to an island fortress to spy on an opium lord who is also a former monk from his temple, under the guise of attending a fighting tournament. What a plot.
Basically, Bruce Lee goes to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
I mean, it's directed by Robert Klaus, who went on to direct the China O'Brien movies and other. He was really into
Cynthia Rothrock.
Yeah, Rothrock. He was really into bringing the martial arts to the Western audience, and obviously Bruce Lee signed on to this under the impression it was going to be a slightly different movie, which I think was called Circle of Iron, which, funnily enough, David Carradine made a film called Circle of Iron.
Wanker.
But Bruce wanted this. Yes, I do. Yeah. He is a wanker. Bruce really wanted this film to represent three nations, which it does, because we've got a Chinese guy, an white American guy, and a black guy, who are the main heroes of this film. And they
just look at the poster. If you weren't in the video shop and picking up that movie going, this, Dad, this one. If you weren't doing that, you were bonkers.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's talk about this then. So, obviously, I picked this for my birthday episode. I was just saying to Gav off air, both of these films, this and The Substance, both get 10 out of 10 from me on IMDb. So, this wouldn't have been my first Bruce Lee movie. My dad would have showed me some of the other ones, but this would have been the cherry on the cake for my dad to show me. This is the best one. This is the best martial arts film still ever made, in my opinion. And I don't really remember the first time I saw it, because I saw it so often. It was almost every weekend I was watching this. But there is nothing about this I would change. The soundtrack by Lalo Schifrin is phenomenal and epic, and as soon as you hear the first couple of bits of it,
Lalo Schifrin has done quite a few things.
The Mission Impossible theme, the bullet theme.
Yeah, he's an extremely good composer. Please go check out some of his stuff on Spotify or something if you've not really heard it on YouTube.
He even did the Rush Hour soundtrack, which was a bit of an homage musically to this.
His son made a Abominable Snowman movie.
He did.
On a side note, I'll tell you, it is a random story. Adam Green on his podcast was telling, because he's friends with Lalo Schifrin's kid, and he said that his kid, Aaron, Kyle, I don't know, wanted Adam to do something. I feel like it is take his clothes off or something for a film thing, and it's like, it's all right in their garden. They're doing it basically, and apparently I feel like I might be butchering this totally, but basically Lalo didn't know what was going on and came out and just found Adam there. Just a really awkward situation, which would have been really random.
That is really random.
I've probably butchered that, and it's probably slightly wrong, but, my brain is mush. But yes, not like Bruce Lee's, whose brain is focused and to the point.
Laser focused. So
this movie,
Dan,
I don't remember my first viewing. I was a child, but it would have been my friend who came around, who was into martial arts, who got me into martial arts. Well, it was my mum's friend's kid. He was older than me, a couple of years older than me, and I was also friends with a guy at school, really good friends with a guy called Quang. He's from Vietnam, but he was quite into his martial arts and stuff, and he would show me stuff. His dad would come back from going back to different places over that way, and come back with different videos. Here's the first one that had a double stacked video reel player his dad brought back.
Amazing.
Oh my. But he'd come back with different movies and things. Funny enough, his younger brother, Mark, runs a gym which we've been filming a trailer for recently. He runs a mixed martial arts gym, and he's really quite up there in mixed martial arts. And when we were filming him, he actually said why I got into martial arts was Bruce Lee. He said that.
Yeah, a lot of people do say that. Scott Adkins, who I really am an advocate for, he says Bruce Lee and Van Damme got him into martial arts. I mean, Van Damme obviously got into martial arts because of Bruce Lee. Everybody did.
And as a kid, for me, it's things like Hammer Horror, Fright Night, the odd sort of American thing, and then this random thing. And I don't know. I'd watch this over and over and over and over. I'd have posters of Bruce Lee and all sorts. And I don't know. There's something with this. It's just so... I didn't understand it. The opium den thing. I knew something was wrong. I knew something to do with drugs, but I didn't know what drugs was because I was a kid watching this.
Yeah.
And it was something dark with it, and the women just laughing the whole time, and they were like topless, and it was all like, oh, I don't understand. It's a bit weird. But this movie is just so hypnotic. The score, Lalo Schifrin's score, going back to Lalo, that's where I've just digressed from. But Lalo has just got it. He has got this script. I don't know if he got the script and just started playing around with different types of music, Eastern instruments or whatever, but he has got it. Every scene is exactly on point of what that music should be. Yeah. It's just like, well, because watching this time, I had such a good time. I watched it on my projector in bed. So I had it where my feet are, I had it on a massive screen in front of me. And reviewing it was like taking me back to as a kid and how much I loved it, because every time I've watched it since, I've just watched it, and I watched it in the cinema last time with Sarah, which was great, which was brilliant. And then I watched it this time on projector. But reviewing it took me back to childhood, how much I fucking love this. Now, Dan, you talk, sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, well, we're talking about Lalo Schifrin. I mean, his score... I think
you and I are sort of going to be quite passionate on this one.
What he does brilliantly with his score as well is not only is it an epic score, but he also tailors it slightly so that Bruce has got his slight own version of it. Jim Kelly Williams has got his version of it, like a more funky version of it. And then Roper's got like an Americanized version of it as well.
Absolutely. And as soon as those scenes come on, it just goes perfectly what's going on. It
blends in so nicely. And... probably the first time I've ever heard somebody incorporate screams into a score. Bruce Lee's screams and cries fit in like they're musical almost, like they're an instrument, like Bruce is part of the instruments.
Yeah, it's like Harry Mancini doing Friday the 13th and just taking it. Yeah, it's really interesting to take these things. Sometimes accidents, but I reckon with Lalo that time would have been like, hang on, listening to Bruce, watching a movie.
I've got the soundtrack, as I'm sure you have, and actually there's two versions.
Original record, man.
And there's two versions of the theme on there, one with and one without Bruce's cries, and I can't really listen to it without those "what," because you kind of need those in there really as part of the orchestra, really.
What do you think was when people started watching this and then they're hearing that over the music? It must have been slightly.
They knew who Bruce Lee was. I think.
Yeah, I guess.
I think Bruce Lee.
Not hugely though. It was no internet. You're looking at just whatever's on television, and what are you saying? Fist of Fury and all that was on American television.
It was in cinemas and on VHS.
Okay, you're correct. Yeah, cinemas. No, you're not. No VHS yet, man.
No. I suppose there wasn't, yeah.
No, VHS is in the early 80s.
I don't know. I just think it was a chance he took.
It was the 70s.
Yeah. The other thing about this...
Cinema's where you go from.
The other thing about this, and I've got a story... I mean, I must have seen this younger because I remember my 10th birthday party, I was allowed to have friends over and we were allowed to have a video night. We watched two films. We watched Enter the Dragon and we rented No Retreat, No Surrender.
Yes, that was the other big one, wasn't it? For some reason.
So we watched both of those back to back and we were just so hyped up. But the other good thing about this is, for a martial arts film, which notoriously the plots are so thin in them, this actually has a really good plot. And it's basically because it's a James Bond film, isn't it? We've talked about this before, but it's basically... a little bit of On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Bruce Lee basically is James Bond. He has to go to an island, infiltrate it.
Absolutely.
Get the information. You know, it just so happens that this guy doesn't use guns, he uses his fists and feet. While he's there, he meets a couple of other people who are like almost secret agents, but not.
So good.
And they've got a connection from Nam as well.
Yeah, see, all right, fine. Let me have a quick look at this. So, I am a massive Bond fan, and so watching this for me is kind of like Bond, but cool. Bond with kung fu, great, sold.
Well, we said this when we reviewed On Her Majesty's Secret Service for your birthday episode. Enter the Dragon would pair nicely with that film because they are. Similar in some ways. A guy goes and infiltrates an evil fortress, you know, and there's a lot of Bond elements in this, all the spy stuff.
I'm just going to check out what Bond movies were on around 72, 72.
73. This was your.
Okay.
Yeah. Very quickly then with the cast. Before we get into this, which we will, my dear sweet listeners, we will. But obviously we got Bruce Lee. We got John Saxon. Now John Saxon was known for his Italian horror films.
Well, well, he's doing American stuff as well, but it was like that thing to do to like, as in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it shows him going over to Italy for a bit, having a spate of films being made over there, then coming back to America again.
Then they've got Jim Kelly in this, who is probably one of the first black, or if not the first black, martial arts action star. He was making films like Black Belt Jones and stuff like that, and he was actually pretty fucking deadly, Jim Kelly. He was really good.
Yeah.
A real, he had his own charisma and his own style.
Well, that's the thing. These three main characters, Three's a Magic Number as well, both of these three guys could not have the other two in it and command their own film quite easily, and it could have been without those two and them just going to the island and doing it. Do you know what I mean?
And they've all got their backstories, which we'll explore in a moment when we get there as to why they're there. And then the other people we got in this film, we've got Angela Mao guest stars in this. Is Bruce Lee's daughter, who is Bruce Lee's little sister, who gets killed, or she kills herself. She was a really up and coming female martial artist whose nickname was Lady Whirlwind. She was in a film called Lady Whirlwind. She was really one to watch. Bolo Young is in this as well.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Bolo Young.
He
was a weightlifter. He's been in loads of movies with Brandon Lee, Jackie Chan. We've got Bob Wall, who's one of Bruce's students, is in this as Ohara. And then we've got just a bunch of other people in this as well, which, faces you might recognize here and there. But it's just a well-written, going back to what we're trying to say, it's a very well-written, great plot as well. And, it's got a moral to it. The moral story is drugs are bad, don't sell opium, don't own an island. A great baddie in it as well. Han is a great baddie in this as well. Yeah, he's straight out of a Bond film.
He's straight out of a comic book.
Man. Now, Gav and I are probably going to be quoting little elements.
We'll try not to.
We'll try not to so much, but let's get into this film, Gav. Because
well, I'm just looking. Diamonds Are Forever was 71. But this came out in 72, so that means
73. This came out.
Oh, okay. So Diamonds Are Forever is probably the closest you get, and a diamond smuggling investigation leads James Bond to Las Vegas, where he uncovers an evil plot involving a rich business tycoon. And I'm pretty sure I feel like it wasn't on.
What year was On Her Majesty's? Though it was 60 something, wasn't it? I believe it was 69.
Don't know. Keep talking.
Okay, cool. Well, we've talked enough about the score, but we start off with that score, that Lado Schifrin score, which, as a 10-year-old boy hearing that score,
you only lived twice for 67.
Okay.
And so, funny enough, I feel like it almost takes out my theory. Diamonds Are Forever 71. So that there's a massive gap between the Bond films, so I don't feel it was like a massive. That's really funny though, because you know what it's like to say the Bond movies, for example. When the Bond movies were getting made, we've talked about this before, they'd take influences of what movies around them was playing, and they go, we adapted to that style, like the Daniel Craig era came from the Bourne movies.
Yeah.
They adapted to go, the audiences want this. So you'd imagine Enter the Dragon's like, this is a sort of thing like this. But this is more like sort of Thunderball or something, but that's like 65. So I guess they've taken the idea, but not the influence of the selling point and how much money's been made of the Bonds recently, because that's not the case. But
it's a film.
It's interesting.
It's a film god's film, isn't it? It shouldn't have worked, and it did, and it all worked perfectly and gelled perfectly from the soundtrack to the actors to the action, the direction, the setting, the locations, the costumes, and the dialogue, which is cheesy but it's so quotable.
Bruce Lee's credited as writing.
Yeah, he did help write this because he developed the story basically. He added to it and added his character's backstory and the Shaolin Temple stuff.
So the other writer it was their first time writing credit.
Wow.
But they only did like 7 things.
Well, we're introduced to Bruce Lee at the Shaolin Temple.
Nothing really.
Wearing a little leather nappy.
Yeah.
And he's fighting Sammo Hung. For those of you that know your martial arts films, Gav, have you heard of Sammo Hung?
Yeah.
Jackie Chan's big brother.
Oh right, okay.
Not real big brother, but he went to Shaolin Opera, Peking Opera School with him, and so they were all doing the rounds. All these Peking Opera kids.
Shaolin Opera School.
Sorry, yeah, it's Peking.
That's
Opera
my
School.
new movie. Shaolin Opera School.
And he is fighting Sammo Hung and basically demonstrating his technique to all the Shaolin monks and everybody else there, you know, and it's also a bit of a lesson for the other students. And he absolutely whips Sammo's ass. Now, while he's fighting him, we're also introduced to Braithwaite, who is a British fella for the government.
The director, I believe, thought it was quite funny how Bruce said that, because Bruce requested to have that name changed because he didn't like saying Braithwaite because he couldn't say it very well, and he thought I'd change it. But I sure it's the director or one of the producers who was like, no, I ain't my director. Like, no, I find it funny the way you say it. It's a bit like, it's a bit.
If you don't know Bruce Lee at this point, then you're going to find out that when he fights, he makes these noises, which everybody knows, everybody imitates. And the reason Bruce made those noises, he made them in real life, is to intimidate his opponent, like a tiger, he said, or like a leopard would sort of snarl or growl as it attacks.
Yeah, well, one of the things is, like, once you are in the focus of doing the martial arts and stuff, and you've initiated that, whatever comes out, you wouldn't even think about it, would you? The sounds would just come out.
So a bit of a demonstration for Braithwaite here, but he basically beats Sammo Hung, taps him, makes him tap out with an arm bar. All the monks clap. Bruce does a little backflip. Everyone's pleased.
Yeah.
He goes over and talks to the teacher. Now, we both watched the uncut version, I should imagine, which has got the nunchuck scene in it, and this scene as well, where the teacher talks to him and says, "You've got amazing skills. Your Jeet Kune Do philosophy is fantastic." So that's all real stuff. This is the stuff that Bruce wrote into the script. And he says, but the trouble is, our Shaolin beliefs and your Jeet Kune Do, they're being bastardized by someone who used to be a student here, and his name is Han, and he's defiling our beliefs and our disgraces.
It happens to be such a coincidence that then this dude comes along and says, by the way, this guy Han.
Now go and meet. Well, he says, and the reason I'm talking to you about this is because there's a guy here called Mr. Braithwaite from the British government. Go and have a chat with him. So he goes to meet Braithwaite. And Braithwaite sits down. He says, "Would you like a cup of tea?" And he's like, "Well, yes, of course. I'm fucking British, aren't I? Of course I'd like a cup of fucking tea." He's the most British man you'll ever meet.
And a boozer later on says, "You sure you don't want a drink?" No, thank you.
Yeah. "I don't bloody well care who's with you. Wake him up, goddammit." Anyway, we'll get to that. So he lays out his request.
Making it more Bond again, though, isn't it? Having the British side saying, "You're going to go in for us as an agent."
He says to him, "I know you've probably heard of Han, who was a student here and one of your classmates." And
isn't it funny that Han lost a hand?
He did. Now he's got one hand, so his Han is solo.
One Han solo.
He says, "Look, there's a tournament of martial arts, Han's tournament. I'd like you to attend it for us." But before any more can be said, a student comes over called Lau. And Bruce just cuts him off and goes, "It's Lau's time." And he's like, "Oh, all right." So he goes over to Lau and he says, "Kick me." Yeah. And he teaches Lau how to put emotion into a kick.
Yep.
And he slaps him on the head, doesn't he? And says, "Kick me with passion." So he does, and he gets it, and he goes, "No, how did that feel?" And he goes, "Let me think." And he slaps him again. Don't think, feel. And then he says that classic, "It's like a finger pointing away to the moon." And Lau, of course, looks at his finger and he slaps him again. It says, "Don't concentrate on the finger or you'll miss all the heavenly glory." And that is a great philosophy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't miss all the heavenly glory. And Braithwaite smiles to himself and thinks, "I think we've got the right guy for the job here." And then we get the score kicking again.
Yeah, but also, one thing very quickly, Oh, no, we can get to that in a bit. It's okay, we can get to it, because we're going to have a breakdown of the island with Braithwaite again, so we can talk about it then, it's fine.
So we get the score kick in properly. We get lots of shots and views of Hong Kong, planes landing and arriving. We see our stars Williams and Roper, John Saxon and Jim Kelly arriving. And we understand that everyone's starting to arrive and assemble.
It's just when it goes, whoa, down, whoa! It's like, oh my God!
My heart's going to explode.
Yeah.
And I've got a boner. Yeah. Bruce is then in a room and he's shown, so he's with Braithwaite, and Braithwaite's now showing him footage of Han. And he says, so you remember Han? He's built himself up. It's quite the sort of, he owns this island now. We think there's something dodgy going on there. He's got a bodyguard called O'Hara.
Sorry to cut you off there. I just realised that I need to get a Blu-ray copy. My DVD copy I got is one where you can, on the other side, it's got extras, but it's on one side. But it was cropped. When the title credits came up, the name was, I couldn't read the people's names. I was like, oh no.
I used to have that that version.
Right.
One side is widescreen and one side is full screen. And I used to have that DVD version.
Oh no, I didn't realise.
I've got rid of it. I've got a different version now.
Yeah, so I'll pick up a Blu-ray copy. I don't know why I haven't got one. But yeah, sorry, go with O'Hara. Go back to that.
Yeah, so he also describes that he's got this bodyguard called O'Hara.
Is it like the picture I sent you earlier?
Yeah, of O'Hara's
fan services or whatever.
Fan services.
Yeah. It's just a traffic jam.
He says O'Hara's got this facial scar, which he picked up in the last year or two.
We don't know where he got it from.
We're going to find out later where he got it from.
But yeah.
And then they talk about the island that he owns. Han owns the island, and he has this tournament which he does, but it's a drug front.
Side story very quickly, or not a side story. I love the fact that John Saxon at the beginning has 3 carts for all of his luggage.
He does, yeah. He's got loads of luggage.
It's so funny.
Always travelling in style.
Yeah, carry on.
Then they show Bruce some footage of a lady's body being pulled out of the water, and she was last seen aboard Han's junk.
She's last seen aboard his junk.
You know what I mean? A junk is a boat. So they also think that as well as heroin or opium, he also does sex trafficking as well.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein.
And then this is where Bruce Lee says, well, what about guns? Why doesn't Buddy just pull out a gun and settle it? And they're like, yeah, he doesn't allow guns on the island. And in fact, he had a really nasty experience with a gun many years ago. Well, that's that he lost his hand from a gun.
Which
we'll find out. Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking island.
Yeah. Well, he says, all we want you to do is go to the island, maybe compete in the tournament a little bit, find the radio us in once you've got evidence of the drugs, and he says, and someone will come. He says, yeah, someone will come.
Well, we got there is a contact there is a lady there who you can get some information from, but we find out that his agency, Braithwaite's agency, what he works for is just information gatherers.
Yeah, he says
they're just getting stuff to go to court with.
He says, you will come then. He goes, well, someone will come. My agency is more gatherers of information.
Yeah, so he's like, so you'll make a phone call. Yeah, that's it.
But he says, yeah, but also one more thing. We managed to put an operative on the island about 6 months ago. Her name's Mei Ling.
Yeah.
If she's still alive, she might have more information for you as well. So Bruce is like, okay, so I've got to find this Mei Ling.
And this island, he's told, is self-sufficient. So they're totally cut off and totally self-sufficient. Like grow their own food, everything, electricity, whatever, however they're doing it. Very much like a Bond villain.
Yeah, and where the island lays as well, no one country governs it, so it's kind of its own government as well, because it crosses over different areas of the sea. So it's cool, very cool. And then we get Bruce, and this is so cool how we do the backstories now.
This is now Bruce Lee's dad, in it? Not his real life dad. I don't know. But
so what we do is here we get each of our 3 characters' backstories whilst they're travelling on the boat towards the big boat that's going to take them to the island.
And Bruce more so because it's a little bit more important showing his backstory.
Yeah, so Bruce is on his boat and he's thinking about it, and you're right, his dad is there, and his dad's like...
And I never realised that's Dad too reviewing this film. I've just always thought it was a guy that he's talking to for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, he's the guy also that brings the tea to Braithwaite earlier.
Right.
He says to him, right, I need to tell you about your sister, actually. Yeah, basically, and then flashback. And basically, Bruce Lee's sister was just on a little jolly, having a wander around the city, when O'Hara and a load of Han's men decided they were going to come to town for a party.
Yeah, they came from the island and thought they'd just come cause havoc.
And they chased her down. She beat the shit out of a lot of them, to be fair.
You know it's Bruce Lee's sister. She's beating shit out of people left, right and centre.
She was kicking their asses.
But I don't fuck with Bruce Lee's sister. God damn.
But she ends up getting cornered in a little barn. She slices O'Hara's face with a piece of glass, which is how he got his facial scar.
Bruce's dad actually slashes O'Hara's face.
Sorry, it is. Yeah, that's right.
Which I thought he would have been killed, but he isn't. He's just like punched and they just like carry on chasing Bruce's sister.
And then they corner her and she thinks, well, either they're going to rape and kill me or I can commit harikari. So she kills herself with a huge piece of broken glass.
Yeah, the only thing is with this story is like, how's the dad telling him that? His dad wasn't there. He was beaten up in an alley. He don't know what happened.
Autopsies.
Yeah, I know.
So he says to him, so basically, Bruce, when you go...
But she could have been stabbed.
He says, before you leave for this tournament, go to the cemetery and pay your respects to your mum and your sister. And he's like,
he agrees.
Okay.
Yeah.
He agrees to. So now it's a revenge mission as well, just to add to it.
It's just got a little bit of an element of one of the guys happens to be this guy that killed his sister. Like, what a coincidence! All this is coming together.
Well, Han was in his school. His bodyguard killed his sister, and the government have hired him to go there and find the opium.
It's like basically this is what I'm doing this weekend.
So he goes to the grave and he says, "I know you will not agree, but I've got to do it." And he leaves. And he says, "I hope you find a way to forgive me." And then we cut to John Saxon on a boat.
Yeah, it cuts to all of them on little small boats going towards a larger barge.
Yeah, but it's his flashback now, so we stay on him.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah.
So he's got 1 million suitcases, like you said, because he is a man of a certain style.
Which we're going to... There's more some reasons. These facts are more cemented in a moment with the receptionist.
So he's on the golf course. And he's got a bit of a gambling habit. He's in a bit of debt, turns out. Because when he goes off into the bushes to find his golf ball, he's surrounded by...
Well, very quickly, to cement the reason he's looks so stylish and has 3 carts of suitcases. He's there and he's got a receptionist in a golf caddy and she answers the phone. Now think about this. This is like early 70s, and he's got a phone on a golf caddy.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's just, and she's like, "No, Mr. Roper's not in the office right now. We'll get to ring him back." And he's just playing golf. It's just like straight out all of that, and he's quite handsome looking, and he's like... He's
wearing like a silk roll neck top, you know.
So that's what it is. But yeah, so he goes to look for his ball, and then these 3 fucking goons come out and say, "Would you look at this? Hey, Roper."
So the main one with the moustache is played by Pat Johnson, who also appeared as the referee in Karate Kid 1 and Karate Kid 3. Oh. And he is a very well-respected karate master.
He's got a great moustache.
But also a referee in some real-life tournaments as well. And they say to Roper, Freddie says you gotta pay, and he's like, "Hey man, maybe Freddie could give me a few more days." And he's like, "Have you got the dough, Roper?" And he's like, "I don't have the dough now." And he's like, "Well, we're gonna have to break something." Freddie says,
"But I love that." He says something. He says, "You want to bet?" And he goes, "You gotta love this guy. Come on, Roper, we gotta break something." Yeah, so good.
And then Roper completely kicks their asses.
Actually, it's great because we're not into the cutting stage of 80s filmmaking where martial arts was cut. Where then it changed when it got back to like movies like The Raid came around, opening it all wide again and letting you see the martial arts. Here we see the camera steps back wide, Statics just sits there on a tripod, and John Saxon actually does some alright shit.
He takes out 3 guys pretty convincingly.
He's got some speed, he's got some fluidity.
And he's quite a wide guy as well, isn't he, John Saxon?
Imagine that Bruce would have been there, and obviously that's Bruce saying, like, and he's an actor. So Bruce is saying, "Okay, stand there, kick there like that, boom, turn around, kick here, kick there, do that." And he would have, because Bruce would have been just off camera, you know that, and he would have just done those moves. And he said, "That's it, perfect." So it's like, yeah, it's Bruce channeling into John Saxon being an actor channeling Bruce, you know.
So John Saxon goes back to his receptionist on the golf cart and he says, I think you better confirm that flight to Hong Kong. She's like, oh, yeah, okay, when? And he's like, tomorrow. How much money have I got in my bank account? She's like, $50. And he's like, it's all yours.
Why,
oh, thanks. I think you're going to need it. He goes, not where I'm going. And so he's basically fleeing America because of all these.
He's going to Epstein Island. He's basically fleeing to get to an island because he's done bad. Brilliant.
And now, conversely, we're going to get Williams' backstory.
Yeah.
So Williams is there. The music changes up like.
And very quickly, all these little small boats we're seeing are in this heavily populated area with women with babies on their chests, like as working as taxi drivers on boats, or just delivering stuff, or just working away, and people everywhere just living on boats. And that's just insane.
Hong Kong Harbour is insane.
Have you seen it then?
Yeah, it's insane. So if this is Hong Kong Harbour, it is. I mean, this was the 70s. I was there in 2000.
Is it still like this?
It was pretty busy, yeah.
So it's just boats of people living on them and just they don't move. They just stay there.
It really smells as well. Like the water really smells.
Well, they're probably just throwing all like old shit into the water and stuff, aren't
literally.
They?
So yeah, William's backstory isn't that he's running away from bad stuff. Well, it kind of is, but it isn't. So he is a really badass karate guy, and he's been invited to this tournament. He doesn't know it's obviously an opium front. He just thinks it's a chance for him to go and prove himself. And as a black man doing martial arts, he thinks, great, I'll go and represent the African American community. Let me go and do this. So he goes and sees his brothers in the school, and they give him the sort of black power fist when he walks in. And then he walks off. He's walking home, and then suddenly we get a couple of racist cops turn up, Gav, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
They do, and they use a slur which I'd never heard until this film, which I won't be saying. But they ask him where he's going, and they search him, and they find his passport. And this guy's going to Hong Kong via Hawaii, and he's like, he's not going to be going to Hawaii. We're going to beat him up. Well, they've picked the wrong guy to try and beat up, because he takes the nightstick out of one of their hands, then beats them both up, then steals the police car. And drives to, I assume, the airport to fly over to Hawaii, then to go over to Hong Kong. And that's his backstory. He's running away from probably jail because he beat up some white cops. Quite rightly so.
Yeah, but they're white racist cops, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I think rightly so that he should beat them up for being just fucking dickheads.
Probably didn't need to steal their car, but he did
I
need
love
to get
the fact
away.
he did, because it was rock and roll as fuck, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so
it was.
fuck it, I'll just beat up some cops with kung fu.
And then steal their car.
But they just give him shit for absolutely no reason. But why is it they don't want him to go into Hawaii? He's off to Hong Kong by Hawaii. Why not?
I think they just suspect because he's a black guy. They just think he's probably a criminal. Let's beat him up.
Yeah,
for the sake of it.
But there's a reason, because America does own Hawaii. Maybe that's the reason. Just I don't know.
I just think
because they're like, he's not going to Hawaii, because it's going to Hong Kong by Hawaii, and he's like, he's not going to Hawaii. So it's like, okay, what's up with Hawaii? Do you not want him wearing Bermuda shorts and Hawaiian shirts? I don't know.
So they all get on board the main junk, the main boat, and when they get on board, Roper and Williams know each other from Nam. And,
I love this. It's great, isn't
like,
it?
Roper,
but this is brilliant,
Williams.
though, because these two now give a little bit of a bit of an info dump in a certain way. We go up and it asks the questions that we kind of want to know. Well, what else is going on here? And like, well, who are these guys? And so they start discussing the various people on the boat.
Yeah, because they say, well, as far as we know, this Han character is this Han Cat, as they would say in the 70s. He's assembling, it's like some of the best fighters from around the world for this tournament, and they're pointing out people on there. They point out the Kiwi guy Parsons, who Bruce Lee's gonna have a chat with in a minute on a boat.
What's your style?
They say they talk about him. Then they look at Bruce Lee and they say, well, who's that guy? I don't know who that guy is. And that's Bruce Lee, that is. And then later on, while they're on the boat, There's a little bit of a praying mantis betting match, isn't there?
Saxon cannot help it.
He's like, oh, give me 20 on the big one. Yeah. And these two praying mantises are fighting, and he loses the bet.
But he loses to Bruce Lee, and he loses $500 just there and then.
Bruce just
$500.
takes the money off him and smiles at him like,
what's that now? Like $1,200-$1,300 just like there and then? Like, that's crazy.
Well, that then is a nice little interaction, because later on they'll be chatting at the party.
It gives a little bit of a connection, because he goes over to him later and he's just like, enjoying spending my money. That's his first things he says to him.
Want a bet?
This New Zealand guy happens to be a bit of a bully, doesn't he?
Yeah, he beats up some of the little Chinese kids and pushes them around.
He's just kicking people around, just trying to show, like, just whatever. So everyone sees that, and Bruce sees that. So he goes up to Bruce, and he tries to punch out at him, but Bruce doesn't flinch. Of course he doesn't flinch. So he asks him, what's his style?
Don't waste yourself.
That's it. He's like, what's your style? And this is, Dan, should we just play it out?
Yeah, all right. Do you want to be Parsons or Bruce?
I'll be Parsons.
All right, so do your punch, and then I say, don't waste yourself.
What's your style?
My style? You could call it the art of fighting without fighting.
Really? Show me some of it.
Not now.
Why not?
Okay, but don't you think we need more room?
Where do you suggest?
Maybe that island, that beach over there. We could take this boat.
No. How do we get there?
We could take this boat.
Okay, then.
Okay, and then he lets Parsons go on the boat.
He just lets a bully go onto this boat, and he gets on the boat with a string on it, and then he just lets it go, and he goes, hey, and obviously he can't do anything about it, and he gives it to some kids, and that is the best way of treating a bully to... But afterwards, the next shots we see of the barge wide, we don't see the boat.
Yeah, I thought that.
See, that's the trouble reviewing movies.
But the kids absolutely love getting him soaking wet, don't they? And
well, it looks like the boat's about to go down. But
yeah, well, it's definitely sinking. He's going, oh, you can't pull me back in. He goes, don't try and pull yourself back in, or I'll let go of the rope. So he's just got to sit in the boat.
He's not there when they dock either. But oh well.
But then they arrive at the island, and they dock at the island.
And Saxon sees a white lady that he quite likes.
And we also see Bolo Young in a yellow cardigan. Now that yellow cardigan is even better than something Michael Douglas would wear in Basic Instinct. It is, because it's a short-sleeved yellow knitted cardigan.
Yeah.
And Bolo Young is incredibly muscly, so it's bursting open as well. And then, yes, we see Tanya, and John Saxon's like, wow, I think I see something I like already. It's like, put it away, John Saxon.
And Bruce smirks. One thing is then there's a shot of all the suitcases. Now, they couldn't have been... Obviously, there's a lot of them were Ropers, but not all of them. It seems to be that I can only source one suitcase from one manufacturer, because every suitcase is exactly the same, and there's like 30 of them. Everybody has the same suitcase.
Unless they're all John Saxons.
He didn't have that many in the cart, so I was confused.
Then we get a great establishing shot now of the island with hundreds and hundreds of extras who are the students all practicing. We get the hoi, 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 hoi in unison.
How good is that?
Incredible stuff, isn't it? Like, to get them all doing that in unison, they're all practicing, and they're sort of they're dipping their hands in hot ash, and they're all doing the punches and the kicks, and it's this is the scale. Like, we didn't realise the scale of Hans Island.
No.
And it's massive. And they're shown around, and then we get the party, like the big party, the night before the tournament starts. So at this party, there's all the different foods and drinks you could ever want. There's acrobats, there's dancers and jugglers. There's sumo wrestlers in the middle just fighting each other. There's birds in cages. And they're all wandering around at this feast, and Roper and Lee have some banter. So Bruce Lee and Roper sort of chatting a little bit about, I'd like to win my money back from you, like you said. And
would you like to sumo wrestle?
You, or just generally?
Just generally.
Are you making a comment about my body shape?
No.
No, I don't think I would be a very good sumo wrestler.
I'd give it a go.
Okay, I'd like to see that. I've done it in the inflatable suits.
Oh, yeah.
That was quite funny.
Wouldn't it have been funny if all of a sudden cut to this and there's in this banquet there's a couple of people in those inflatable suits doing it. That would be
bit
funny.
Weird. Roper goes over to speak to his buddy Williams as well, and they have a little chat, and he's like, what do you think of this? And he's like, well, I can't help but think we're being fattened up for the kill.
Yeah.
That's a really good line.
Totally. I really like this whole thing, and all the people and the dancing, and it's just quite fun, it's playful, nothing, no bad intentions have been shown yet, do you know what I mean? So I quite like it, it's all quite nice. But then all of a sudden though,
gong,
and absolutely the sumo wrestlers just stop and they don't move.
Everybody freezes.
Is completely quiet and don't move because the boss is coming out.
And this is to
that's not
demonstrate
good. That's like a dictator, that is.
Well, this is to demonstrate how much power he's got over them all, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, and then he cements that by using his personal guards, showed their skills of blowing darts, but we get to that in a second.
Well, he says, I'd like to welcome you all to the tournament. You know, I've assembled the very best. We forge ourselves into weapons, and that's what we've done here, blah, blah, blah. Please enjoy the food, enjoy the entertainment. These are my bodyguards, and it's like 4 or 5 women. Like you said, he throws an apple up in the air, and they blow a dart, and it hits the apple.
It's so cool, though. Like, she could kill someone just by going...
Well, the Mei Ling, the plant, she
is the dart
her
blower.
Apple actually lands. Bruce
coincidentally into Bruce's hand, and he pulls a dart out to show his something.
I don't know. He just does it, doesn't he?
And this whole scene, you can see everyone's having fun, and there's not one mobile phone in sight.
Yeah, just to show you.
It's everyone.
No one's
just
videoing
it. No, everyone's just enjoying themselves.
Tweeting. I'm at Han's party, guys. Whoop whoop whoop. Look at this.
God, could we go back to? Oh man, that's what we've got AI to do. AI's got to do that. That'd be fucking amazing.
Roper goes over to Williams and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just tagging myself on Facebook at Hans Island." Just making an Instagram post. What about you?
Doesn't it make it instantly shit? It really does.
And then the gong goes again, and everybody unfreezes, and the party carries on. And Roper sort of saying, this guy's got a great sense of style, and I think I could live here. I love it here. Then it's girl time, because Han's gift to all the fighters is some prostitutes.
Ladies of the night.
The first door
sex
we
workers,
get.
Daniel. Sex workers nowadays.
In the 70s, it would have been prostitutes. There's a knock on William's door. He's got these massive headphone cans on, and he's listening to some.
Well, funny enough, though, it's funk jazz he's listening to. Because I was
really
checking out where it was, because there's jazz. And I was like, I thought it'd just be straight funk, but it's funk jazz, and more jazz than funk, I might say.
And
obviously they put the music on afterwards. It's not who's actually choosing.
I wonder what he was listening to.
I don't know. I actually imagine that Lalo Schifrin probably wrote that.
Well, Tanya, the girl that Roper likes,
he would have been listening to anything.
Tanya's also the mistress of the Ladies of the Night. So she walks in and she's got 6 or 7 girls with her. And Williams looks like, He takes his headphones off. He goes,
this is what every man's always like, I reckon one day this will be me.
He says, for me? And she's like, a gift for you. And he's like, oh, well, if you insist, I'll take you, and you. 4 girls, Gav.
Yeah, and what does
he
say?
Says, please understand if I've missed anybody out. I've had a big day. I'm a little tired. Yeah. And she's like, oh, of course, we wouldn't want you to exert yourself. And the girls are looking at each other like, they're quite like impressed that he's picked 4 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least we can team him. Brilliant. Then there's a knock on Bruce Lee's door.
But let's get down to the truth of this. Come on. If it's me, I know he's going to have maybe he's got a bit more stamina than me. I don't know. I'm pretty good.
Have you seen his kung fu? His kung fu's pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to have a good lot of core strength going on there. But come on, though. He needs some sleep. He ain't doing no martial arts the next day at any fit level with bonking 4 women. It's just not happening. It's not happening. Or they are not getting satisfied. He's getting satisfied once and going, I'm going to bed.
Well, he doesn't. He goes out for an exercise.
I know. So I don't know how he gets his energy.
Well, there's a knock on Bruce Lee's door, and he's there writing because he's so studious. He's writing in his little book.
Yeah, he's not boning for women.
And then
he's
the
not
girls
listening to jazz funk.
The girls will get all brought when he goes, "Oh no, thanks." There was one girl at the feast tonight, and Tanya's like, "Oh, tell me who it was, and I'll send her straight up." And he's like, "The owner of this bar," and she goes, "Oh yes, I know her. I'll send her up to you immediately." So this is his way to speak to Mei Ling, who is, going to give him all the information. And then, of course, we get the knock on Roper's door. And all the girls come in, and he goes, "And what's all this about?" She's like, "Pick one." And he's like, "I already have." And she says,
"Good choice.
Wise decision." She's like, "Great, I get him. Fantastic."
Yeah.
So he's got her, and that is that. And then Mei Ling shows up on Bruce's door, and he's like, "I need to speak to you about Braithwaite." She's like, "Shh, quiet. Whisper it." And then she's like, "I don't really know a lot about it. All I know is that girls come and go. They disappear. I might be next. I don't know." And Bruce is like, "Okay." She's trying to get information out of her. She can't really tell him that much, but she gives him a little bit to go with. And morning time comes. And Bruce is working out.
No. It's still the evening.
No.
Oh, no, you're correct, yes.
Because O'Hara walks into Bruce's room.
Yeah.
And he's really pissed off that Bruce isn't wearing the uniform. He says, "You must attend the morning ritual in uniform." Bruce is like, "Outside."
Yeah, he's just practicing his kicks. Yeah.
And this is where we see everybody getting ready for the start of the tournament. And Bolo Young, whose only job really is to shout, "Go!" and break people's backs later. He basically introduces Han and the girls, and Han's like, "Let the tournament begin." And we get loads of fights going on. And the first fight up that we get to really watch is Williams versus Parsons, the bully from the boat.
Well, it's quite funny because you kind of even forget there's even a fucking tournament. It's not even the main point. You're so engrossed in all of these stories, all these people. You're completely absorbed and like really into the characters. At this point, you're like, if you haven't turned the film off, which I don't know if you would do, you're pretty much into this whole thing. So then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, yeah, we've got a tournament where they actually martial arts. So it even turns into like a sports event.
Yeah.
Which is really funny. So some people, I'm not a massive sports fan myself, but some people be like, oh, sweet, but it is still quite fun. Anyway, you go, oh, nice,
Because the last act of the Karate Kid
and then
turns into this, doesn't it? You forget about that with the Karate Kid all the way up. I can't remember,
I've seen Karate Kid since I was
all the way up through. It's like him versus Johnny, bully, and then the last act is, oh yeah, we've got a tournament now, brilliant.
Yeah,
and then Daniel-san is taking on all the different opponents.
Oh, okay. I only saw it once when I was a kid.
What the fuck?
It was alright. It was nothing amazing.
Incredible.
Well, okay, that's your opinion. You throw me.
Yeah, but now it's a sports.
Yes, and so, but still, even myself, I'm just like, yes. As soon as you start seeing these two come up, then all of a sudden in your head, you're kind of like going to your Mortal Kombat or your Street Fighters or whatever, and you're going, oh, so I wonder who's going to be fighting. Oh, I wonder if Roper could have to fight so and so. Do you know what I mean? So it's really cool. So I was really enjoying this bit.
Absolutely. Well, Williams has to fight Parsons, and while he's fighting him, Roper is making a little bet on the side because he can't resist it.
Before this, though, Bruce turns up, though, not actually in uniform. Everyone else is. Bruce turns up in black uniform. Everyone else is in a white uniform. And this guy says, "Why are you not in uniform?" And Bruce just stares him down, and it's so funny. He stares him down, and he goes, and just walks off. And it's like at some point, some supervisor higher up than you or someone's going to have to be like, "Oi, go get your fucking white clothes on. What you doing?" But Bruce is just, "I'm going to stare all of you down." I'm surprised Han let it though.
So Roper's making side bets because he knows Williams can beat this guy, but Williams takes a couple of punches and then absolutely destroys him with his because he does this amazing sort of Bruce Lee style noise as he kicks this guy's ass.
And it's quite good because we've met the New Zealand guy, we've met Jim. It's Jim Kelly, isn't it, the actor?
Jim Kelly, that is Williams, yeah.
Yeah. Williams, sorry. And we met Williams, so it's quite nice just having these guys fighting. So it starts off just like an actual normal martial arts thing, because it's still not nefarious. There's no sinister intention been shown just yet. So it's still like, oh, okay, cool.
And then it's Roper's turn for a fight, and he has to fight a much younger kid.
And how much fun is this, though?
Yeah, because
he's been betting with this guy behind him, and he's like, "Great, I've got a right fish here," you know.
And he basically takes quite a few punches, thinking. And Williams keeps saying to the guy, "No, I don't think he can beat him." And they're basically doing the whole like pool shark thing. Yeah. And eventually, when the money's right, Roper whoops this guy's ass, but he takes a pasting himself to get to it.
Yeah.
So that's the first couple of fights. Back to the evening, and Roper's getting a nice foot massage from Tanya.
He is.
She's walking on his back, and he's like, "Ah, man, I could live on this island." She's like, "A man like you belongs on this island."
You sound like Kenny Everett.
Meanwhile, Williams is there with his 4 girls. Boobs everywhere in his room. And one of them's like, "Where are you going?" And he's like, "I'm going outside into the moonlight." She's like, "You're not allowed, it's forbidden." And he's like, "See ya." And he just goes outside.
And there's a few sets of boobs around here as well.
And then Bruce gets his ninja outfit on.
A few boob lovers.
Bruce Lee in a ninja outfit. Yeah. That's what we need.
Human fly.
He says to Mei Ling, "Well, I'll come back later. I'll go out and gather some intel." So he goes out, he sneaks past some guards. A dog barks at him.
The best bit though is when he's sneaking around, and I love this bit because it's all sort of quiet, and it's great because we're on Bruce's side. The audience knows Bruce is there. The guards don't, and there's this real just to show the incompetence of the guards. As a guard comes along and hits himself in the head. Hits a statue with a nunchuck.
He's swinging it around. And then he bangs it into a metal statue.
Bruce is just like, disrespectful dickhead.
So he takes a few of the guards out.
Without showing his face.
He finds a trapdoor hidden under some plants.
It's like a vent as well, isn't it? First of all, he finds there's air underneath, so he knows something's underground.
So he ties a rope on, and he scrambles down the rope, and he finds a massive fucking opium factory. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and just before this, Jim's seen him outside just climbing along a wall, and he just looks up and goes, "Ha! A human fly." I actually rewound this a few times.
That's a little bit later. That's a little bit after this. That's when he's running away.
That's right at the end, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Yeah, sorry. No one sees him, his face.
But then a guard discovers the rope, so he has to climb back up the rope before he can really do any more investigating.
He manages to. Well, we don't know. Give us the has Bruce fallen? Has he got out? And then we find out that he managed to get out just before the rope was cut.
And he beats up 4 guys. Runs off, and this is where he climbs up the wall, and Jim Kelly says, "A human fly."
I rewound this 3 times of Jim saying that, because it was just like, a human. It's just the way he said it was just like, I want to listen to that again. It's just the phrasing was lovely.
A human fly.
It's the way he does it. Yeah, it's really cool.
And morning time back at the tournament.
Hunt's basically like, "We know someone was out last night. We know it's one of you guys. But basically, my guards were shit. Now watch this shit."
I know. He's like, "Who it was does not matter right now. What matters is the incompetence of my men. And they will be punished." Bolo! Yeah. Bolo Young comes out, takes off his cardigan, flexes his pecs, huge, massive pecs, and these 4 little weedy guys, one of them who's the one that banged his nunchuck into the statue, they all get thrown in the middle of this arena, and he basically takes each man one at a time. One of them gets snapped in half, one of them gets his neck broken, and they all get killed. He kills all 4 of these men.
I remember as a kid just watching this game, he's just kind of squeezing him. Is his eyes going to pop out?
And
it's a bit full on.
They all look at each other like, ooh.
And he looks at... I love the fact he looks at Williams and he goes, you're a bit shocked by this, Mr. Williams. And he says, "I'm only shocked at how sloppy a man works." And it's such a cool...
Williams,
he's like, I'm not bothered. I've just seen 3 people be killed in front of me. I just think it's a bit sloppy.
"Are you shocked, Mr. Williams?" And he just says, "Yeah, only in how sloppy a man works."
And then after that, it's like, Mr. Lee, are you ready? And then the tournament starts. And at this point now, it's all gone sinister because now we get Bruce actually going to go and kill someone. But we're going to get to this.
Yeah, because he's got to fight O'Hara.
And it's just like, as soon as you do it, you're like, this is what we've been waiting for. It's not building up to it. This isn't the movie. The movie isn't about him going after O'Hara in a karate competition and building up to it. And all of a sudden, they're just going to throw that in there. It's like, this is the... Oh,
this
no!
Is like we're about an hour in now. We've only got about half an hour left.
I'm surprised Bruce needs to be enticed to kill him, though, and Bruce doesn't just with... But then Bruce is probably above anger, isn't he? He can probably know not to. But I'm surprised he doesn't just finish it in the first place. But what happens, Dan?
Well, this classic start to it is O'Hara's there. He punches a wooden board, and Bruce just looks at it. Say? He just goes, "Boards don't hit back."
Boards don't hit back.
So we start the tournament with them hands, but each hand touch him, and he does not one 1-inch punch, but 2 1-inch punches to O'Hara, gets him twice. The third time he tries to do it, and O'Hara grabs his foot.
Yeah, so he hits him twice fast. Then he hits him again. Then Bruce does a spin kick. So this is how many times O'Hara's getting hit here, everybody. Let's just do a count. Have a drink every time O'Hara gets hit.
He gets the back flip kick.
He then does the lay down to kick to the groin. He then does a 360 kick. Then he does a side kick. Then he does a side kick to face. And then he does side kick to chest, knocking him over into all other people. And that's how many times he gets hit. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times by Bruce Lee.
That kick he did to Bob Wall, O'Hara, that made him go flying back into those extras was so hard that 2 of those guys behind him broke an arm each.
So O'Hara must have been quite a hard character then.
Bob Wall is an absolute badass. He was a student of Bruce's.
Yeah, okay, so that helps then. Yeah, he would have obviously stunted it slightly and gone with it and pushed himself back, so it wasn't so forceful. Do you know what I mean?
He probably had some.
You know it's coming.
Probably had some padding under his thing as well.
Yeah, it would have been possibly. Yeah, because it was quite a wider shot, so yeah, probably was. But 8 times hit by Bruce Lee. Come on.
Unfortunately, though, O'Hara doesn't take defeat well. So he grabs 2 bottles.
This, does he?
He smashes the bottles together.
He gets British street tactics,
and he picks up the 2 bottles, and you hear Han going, "O'Hara, O'Hara," because he's like, "You're now making a twat of yourself, mate."
Now, this all of a sudden, at this point here as a child, this throws it into almost horror movie territory a little bit because we get the film slows down and we have basically the theme of the song, but it's slowed down with a different instrument, and because this is slowed down as well, and it's just the anger for me as a kid, I was like, oh my god, what's going on? This is horrible.
Well, Bruce kills him because, and this is how my dad described it to me as a kid, it was him or him. It was either him or...
Of course it was.
And he had no choice but to put him down.
Yeah, of course. And Han doesn't like it and just walks off and leaves.
So he kicks the bottles out of his hand, does that jump up in the air and crushes his chest by landing on it.
Yeah, and it's just... and
the look on Bruce Lee's face is like a look of, I didn't want to do this, you made me do this to you, but also this is for my sister. It's like many emotions in one.
It's a lot, and it's... I remember it being a bit full on, really. But then it's hilarious, because then you cut to Williams and Roper, and it's like... if you want to talk about this, I'll be in my room. Imagine those guys have just seen, first of all, this Bolo guy come along and just start killing people. And they're like, oh my God, this has changed. Then all of a sudden Bruce comes along and kills someone. It's like, oh God.
5 people have just died in the last 20 minutes.
Has the boat left already? Oh shit.
But before Williams can go to Roper's room, Tanya says, Mr. Williams, can you please go to Han's study immediately?
ASAP. Yes.
He's like, oh.
But he does say to Roper, which is quite nice, I'll see you in 30 minutes. So he gives which helps out because Roper obviously later on saying, my mate's gone missing a little bit.
So Williams goes to Han's office and he says, what can I do for you?
This is a great conversation.
do you like how are you finding my hospitality? And he's like, yeah, it's good, thanks. And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I found everything I've been looking for. And he's like, what were you looking for last night when you attacked my guards?
Well, before he does all this, they have a general talk and stuff, and he says, I've been watching you, and he says, your style is unorthodox, and he says, but effective. Now that is a real classic scratch line DJs used to use. So in tournaments, quite often DJ tournaments are like kung fu tournaments, and you have a DJ battle goes on, you have the kung fu samples in there, and that one was always in there. Your style's unorthodox but effective. Then it goes into a routine, you know.
And he basically accuses him of doing what Bruce Lee did, of snooping around and beating up some guards. And he says,
he says, why'd you take your guard? He says, it's not me.
He says, well, you were the only one outside. And he's like, I was outside, but I wasn't the only one.
And he says, who? And he says,
you won't tell me who.
And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to stitch you up, so no.
He says, all of a sudden, I'd like to leave your island. And he goes, it's not possible. And that's where he says, bullshit, Mr. Handman.
You come straight out. But he doesn't say you come straight out of a comic book. In my head, it's always been, bullshit, Mr. Handman. You come straight out of a comic book. But he doesn't say that.
It's not until the other guards arrive that he sees them, then he looks back at them and says, man,
straight out of a comic book.
You come straight out of a comic book.
I had it all in my head, it's the same one.
He kicks the asses of them all.
He does.
And then Han knocks one of the guards out, and he goes, been practicing, huh?
And that's where he doesn't realise, and we don't know this yet, it's that he has a false hand, and it's probably made of fucking solid steel, because he hits Jim, and Jim's like, what the fuck?
And every time he blocks it with his metal hand,
just getting hurt.
And eventually he knocks him through a paper wall.
Opium den.
Like an opium den full of sex workers. Tattooing themselves and doing face paints, and they're all giggling.
And
it's really freaky.
It's really freaky. So this is for me the movie when the movie started going a lot darker as a kid. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't understand this, and it's kind of not a horror movie, but there's something going on here.
We forgot a classic line, which is where he says, I'm not afraid of anything. He goes, what about defeat or death? And he says, I won't even notice it. I'll be too busy looking good. And that is just like... Man,
I think that's going to be my philosophy from now on. I'm just going to make sure I'm looking good at all times.
I'll be too busy looking good.
When it comes, I'll just be looking too busy looking good.
Well, yeah, we're in an opium den, and he basically he bludgeons Williams to death with this metal hand, because he takes the glove off after he's finished killing him, and you see it's a metal hand.
Yeah.
And that's the end of Jim Kelly. Wow, he's done.
Yeah.
Next up, Roper and Han meet, and he says, I want to show you my weapons collection. I
thought about this, because he's like, then he's sort of saying, you see my friend around, he was going to come up to my place. So I don't know how long afterwards this happened, but he's just literally just killed this bloke, had this massive fight, and he's like straight away pretty much changed, gone to see Roper.
Roper says,
quick.
Well, Roper does say, I can't be too long, because I've agreed to meet my friend Mr. Williams.
So that means... Okay, so that means he's done
about half an hour, probably.
He's got half an hour to basically... No, because it could take him a few minutes to get there, start talking to Roper. I'd say that gives him 25 minutes to fight Roper, kill him, and get out and talk to him. Actually, probably 20 minutes.
Well, he says, we will meet Mr. Williams later.
Yeah, that's
He's like, oh, okay. And then he shows him around. He shows him all the different weapons he's had from all the different cultures around the world. And then we see lots of different hands, like a claw hand, a bear hand, all in this cabinet. And then at the very end, there's a skeleton hand. And that was Han's real hand at one point. And he says,
Yeah.
What about this? And he goes, a souvenir. And Roper's
we
like,
know what it is. We know.
Yeah, it's weird. And then he says, you're a man of whatever, Mr. Roper, but I wonder how far you'll go. And he says, will you put your head on this guillotine? And Roper's like, no, I don't think so. And he's like, go on, do it. And he's like, nah. And he goes, all right, if you won't do it. And then just like a Bond villain, he's carrying a white fluffy cat, isn't he?
Well, this is Bond, is this Dr. No, isn't it?
And he puts the cat on the guillotine and he says, there's a line I won't cross, Mr. Han. And he picks the cat up. But then we find out the guillotine is actually a secret elevator. When you pull the chain, it goes down into the opium den. And this is where he shows Roper around. He says, this is my business, I've got lots to do, da-da-da. And then the first thing Roper sees is a massive cauldron. And he sees it and he goes, opium. Uh-oh. He says, uh-oh. He's like, why are you showing me all of this? And he goes, well, you know, I was going to see if you wanted to join me. There's a lot of money to be made.
As soon as he sees stuff, he's like, oh, that means I'm stuck now, basically.
And then he says, meet my girls. And he's like, oh, wow, they're all beautiful. Each one is more beautiful than the last. And he's like, no, these are my daughters.
Yeah.
And they sort of flip Roper on the ground.
Well, obviously, on my birthday, we did on a Majesty's Secret Service, and we said it was quite Enter the Dragon-y, didn't we?
Yeah.
No. Okay, so Enter the Dragon obviously came after on the Majesty's Secret Service.
And then we see that not only is he creating opium, but he's also injecting it into these waifs and strays that are all trapped in these cells. They all look comatose. And Roper's like, I don't think I want to join you, to be honest with you. And he goes, okay, maybe this last thing will change your mind. And this is where he reveals Williams hanging, stripped down to his pants, hanging above a pit of acid. And he says, what about now? And he's like, you want me to join this? And he's like, no. So he just cuts the rope, and William's body falls into the acid pit.
But then it just cuts. So I wonder how awkward that lift ride was back up to the top. Do you know what I mean?
With the cat.
I'm just going to go and have a lie down, I think.
Yeah, because later that night, Ninja Bruce is out on the mission again. And he's head straight back to the trapdoor that he knows leads to the opium den. But this time they put a cobra.
But I like the fact that he's trying to get Saxon to join his team. Now, when companies are... Sorry, to just go back to this. But when companies are like headhunting someone, they don't go, right, we've got different packages for you and different benefits, and just to get you teased, and I'll take you out on a night out. We'll go spend loads of money on you, and we'll give you a nice dinner, and come on, do anything else you want? On this watch, it's not nice. He does. Han doesn't. I've killed your mate.
That's it.
That's my perk. Is that the perk to get me to join your organisation?
I mean, he showed him the money they were making. Then he showed him the girls.
Oh, this is quite good. This is quite good.
Then he showed him the opium.
But obviously, he showed it to him to be like, if you don't join us, this is what happens to you.
Because they have a good conversation. Because he says supply and demand, and Roper says, yes, supply and demand. It's simple business economics. And Roper is a man. He's a wheeler dealer. He knows the score with drugs and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to his buddy being thrown into acid,
but I just don't know if it's the best tactic to get a new employee to your business. Well, I'm not going to do it in Deadbolt Films, Deadbolt Media. Like, do you want to join us? Like, here's your cat. Here's killed it.
Dan's hung up above acid.
That's what happens if you don't join Deadbolt Media, right?
So Ninja Bruce back out on the night, and he gets to the trapdoor. But this, like I say, there's a cobra this time. So he grabs the cobra, he gives it a little slap, puts it in his little duffel bag.
Like we always do.
Like we always do. He climbs down, keeps his legs perfectly straight as he climbs down the rope, because he's a fucking ninja, this guy, isn't he, Bruce Lee? Jesus Christ. Yeah. And then he takes out a couple of guards.
If he didn't find that snake, what's the bag for?
Put the rope in, maybe. Yeah, the rope in it, didn't he?
Oh, okay.
As he climbs down, he sees some of the junkies in the little cells, sort of high. Then he sees the radio room, and he thinks, great, what I'll do is I'll pop this cobra into the radio room.
What was he going to do with the cobra otherwise? I suppose it's kind of like Jackie Chan picking up anything around you, but what was he, if he went, oh, I could use that, what was his intention otherwise? Just have a pet? I don't know.
I'm a bit worried it bit me through the bag.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to care, does he?
He's Bruce Lee.
No, because the snake would have been in the dark, it would have been a little bit more chilled.
So he puts the cobra in through the door of the radio room, and the two guys absolutely brick it when oh shit, there's a snake in there. They smash the window, and they climb out through the window.
He puts his foot in a snake and does Morse code. That's multitasking.
But as soon as he does Morse code, that sets off the sirens, because it's obviously wired up.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm rumbled here. And
rips his top off.
He rips his top, and this is just the cavern fight now.
Now we get here again. Actually, it goes into slow motion again, and it's just wow, and it's a bit, and there's the music saying, and he's just like slowly fighting people, and it's like, I don't know what it is for slow motion stuff and the score. It just kind of makes it creepy in a way, or dreamlike, or nightmarish.
But the editing's great because the last slow motion punch he does, everything goes back to normal.
Yeah.
There's no score now, and we get like 12 different guys come in.
That's a really
cool.
good choice.
And then
that's an editorial choice.
And the reason it goes back to normal speed is because they obviously want to show Bruce's speed.
Of course.
And there's this couple of scenes where he's moving so fast with these guys, and it's hilarious because he goes up to the lift and he presses the button for the lift and it's not coming, and he thinks, oh fuck, and then he hears a noise, and behind him there's like 20 guys. He takes them all out.
Oh, no worries.
And then finally the lift opens and it's just full of more baddies. So he runs off. He picks up a stick. He starts battering the guys with a long staff. Then he gets 2 little sticks. Then Jackie Chan comes in. If you blink and you'll miss it, you'll see Jackie Chan getting his neck broken. And the more and more of a fight, one of the guys decides, I'm going to use some nunchucks. And he tries to use them, and Bruce takes them off of him.
I love the fact that this guy, this security guard's like, right, oh God, oh shit, look up there. Who's that dude? What's he doing? This isn't a normal Monday afternoon. Oh, fucking hell, Monday
He's
evening.
beating up 20 of my colleagues.
Oh, shit, I've got these things. Nice. I'm going to hit him with this. He has no idea what this dude can do with these things. You have no idea.
Now, I didn't see this nunchuck scene until I was probably in my 20s.
Yeah, because, in the 2000s.
Because for anybody who isn't from the UK, ninjas and nunchucks were very highly banned in the UK by the British government. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
What?
Any scene with Michelangelo was cut down, even the Ninja Turtles movie, and any nunchucks were banned in the UK.
Why? Was there... Who was getting killed by nunchucks in England?
Mary fucking Whitehouse.
Who got killed by nunchucks?
I don't know.
How many people got killed by alcohol?
So when this scene was finally put back into the full version of the movie, and this is a scene with Bruce Lee using nunchucks at the speed of light, because he does a demonstration before the guys attack him. He goes, and they're just flying all over the place, and the guy's still trying to attack him. He takes them all out.
I'm not attacking anyone that could do that.
I'd just be like, oh yeah, you're pretty good, I'll see you later, mate.
Yeah.
He beats up a load of guys, runs into a room, but the door's shut and he's trapped. And you hear Han, and Han's up above him on a balcony, and he says, your fight with the guards was exceptional, and your skills are too. And I was going to ask you to join us. And he's got Bruce, and Bruce just sits down and put the nunchucks around his neck and sits in a sort of lotus stance, like, okay.
But we cut to the Braithwaite, and he wakes up, thank you very much, gets his morning tea, and puts
he's got a little
note. He's like, God damn it, this came in half an hour ago.
And he starts making a call. Yes, get me whoever it is, he says. And outside we see Roper's waiting with his hands tied behind his back, and Bruce Lee's there as well.
I kind of want to say, like, Danger Mouse, you can do it.
And Han says, you two need to fight. And Roper says, well, I'm not going to fight Bruce Lee because I've got honor. And like I said to you earlier about the cat, there's a certain line I won't cross.
Roper's like, I'm not fighting him.
And also, it's Bruce fucking Lee.
He killed someone yesterday's tournament. He had one fight and he killed them. I'm not fighting him.
He beat up 30 guards just now.
And he killed someone yesterday. He's beat up many people.
So instead, he says to Roper, we will strive to be worthy of your honor, Mr. Roper, and I will find somebody else for you to fight. Roper, Bolo. And you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, he's got to fight Bolo now. The Hong Kong bodybuilding powerlifting champion of the 70s. So Bolo steps forward. Bruce actually goes to fight him, and Roper taps Bruce on the chest and goes, I got this. And Bruce is like, all right. If you watch Bruce Lee in the background, he does a little smirk like, after you, mate. And Roper has a good old fight with Bolo.
Roper gets him. Roper wins.
Yeah, he bites his leg though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's playing dirty though, isn't it?
It's pretty decent. So he bites his leg. Meanwhile, downstairs, Mei Ling releases all the prisoners in the opium den. So they're all they're getting ready to come upstairs. Roper kills Bolo, like you said. And then this is where Han says, attack! And he just tells all of his men, he names them all individually, and says, get them! And this
is where the music goes.
And Bruce, there's a series of kicks.
It doesn't do the theme. It's just a...
There's a series of kicks that Bruce Lee does at this point. I said to my wife, she didn't get it. I rewound this. And I said, watch this. Just watch these 10 seconds. Because Bruce doesn't use his hands. He does a kick. Then he does one kick. And then a guy comes towards him and he kicks him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the face with the same foot without putting his foot back on the ground. And you're like, what is going on? Then you cut to Roper. He's taken out loads of guys as well. John Saxon has taken out loads of blokes. This is amazing. Yeah. I didn't know John Saxon was back then. I didn't know. I grew up to watch loads of horror films with him when I was older. You see.
Yeah.
Of course, we get a quick insert of the helicopter taking off. Because
to show that the cavalry is coming.
Because this is where Braithwaite's gone, I don't bloody well care who he's sleeping with. You wake him up now. And so they're on their way. Amazing choreography. Some of my favourite fights.
What I love is a gather of information, because Bruce was there just to get some information, turns into a massive brawl on the island, shutting basically the whole island down. Why did they just do that in the first place?
Because all the prisoners now run up.
Oh yes, that's a massive.
So you've got Bruce Lee and John Saxon and about 50 drunk prisoners versus every other person on the island, and it's just a massive rumble. Han opens his little special box he's got on his throne, and he puts on the bear claw, doesn't he? It's a big wooden block with spikes on it, like Wolverine, and it's got hair on the back just to add to it. And he sort of slices a guy's face. So him and Bruce have a little bit of a pre-fight fight. Bruce attacks him. We get the score really kicking now. He cuts Bruce's face, and Bruce chases him.
Yeah.
And they go downstairs into the weapons room. And he walks her in, and he says, "You've offended my family, and you've offended a Shaolin temple." And they start this little fight.
But doesn't Han think, how have I offended your family?
Also, doesn't Han think, you've killed about 50 guys?
You're just some guy who joined a tournament and you just literally snooped around my place and killed all my guards.
He must know who he is because he was in the Shaolin Temple with him. So he must know who he is.
Yeah, okay. But I don't know what, it must be like your family. I don't even know your family. Who's your family?
So there's some great techniques from Bruce here while he's fighting Han in the weapons room, where he does nothing but little leg sweeps to keep knocking him down, and Han keeps getting back up.
Yeah.
And there's one kick he does.
He's playing with him, isn't he? Playing with his prey.
There's one kick that Bruce does where it was a dummy, because if you kick somebody in the head this fast and hard, you would kill them. But you know the bit I mean. It's where you see Bruce just goes, and this leg just takes
the dummy out of the side. It's so quick and hard.
And so hard. You take someone's head off, but he kicks into the head. He's got both his cheeks are cut now, Bruce, and he's got cuts on his stomach. And it's that iconic, almost war paint. He's got like 4 scratches, one on each cheek, on his chest, on his stomach. Yeah. And they have this proper fight now. Han grabs a spear and he throws it at Bruce, but it gets stuck in the wall, and that reveals it's a secret revolving door that leads into for some reason, Han's got a mirror maze in his fucking island. Why not? Why wouldn't you have a mirror maze in your... What else do the opium girls want to get up to, eh? Yeah. Go in the mirror maze when they're high. So they go into this. This is what we were talking about earlier now. How did they film this, Gav?
Yeah.
What a nightmare to film it. I've seen some of the behind the scenes of them, having to hide cameras and...
Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one.
But it's basically a maze of mirrors that Bruce fights him.
I would imagine, obviously, they have set it up to try not to show the cameras, but also you film so much, presumably, that you can then edit around it. So
it's a great...
Oh, it's iconic.
Empire Magazine said it's one of the most iconic action moments ever.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
We haven't even said that Han at the moment has a solid steel like block with 4 massive knife blades sticking out of it with his hand, which is obviously what's cut Bruce. It's so gnarly looking.
So Bruce then hears this teacher in his head, almost like Luke hears Obi-Wan, who says, destroy your enemy's reflection and your whatever it is. So he smashes all the mirrors, because he keeps falling for the fact that there's reflections of Han, but it's not actually Han. So he smashes all the mirrors. Apparently Bruce Lee did break all the mirrors, but he was holding a piece of steel in his palm.
Yeah, like in Halloween when they break the window.
Exactly. So he smashes all the mirrors, eventually kicks Han. Han goes flying back straight onto that spear from earlier. Bruce opens the door, and it's a great shot of him as the door spins around, and the spear is right through him, and it's not a dummy, it's actually him. So it's a really good hoist they've got him on while the door's spinning, because it looks great, doesn't it?
Look really cool. Very quick, I was just looking at photos of the fight and stuff. When he does fight O'Hara originally, when I said the 360 kick, it's not just a 360 going round and round. He goes upside down and kicks him.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
I don't actually think that was Bruce Lee. I think he was body doubled for that, because I don't think Bruce could do the flips and stuff. It may have been, but I doubt it.
Looks like it's him.
Yeah, it might have been, because that certainly wasn't him in the opening scene flipping over all the monks.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't him doing that.
Right. It was just a Hollywood him.
Yeah. So he spins the door, Han's dead, he goes back upstairs, and the fight's pretty much over. There's only a few people left alive.
It's an incredible scene, it was. It's just such a... that scene, just to finish it off, is so good. And then when that mirror goes round and the music starts to go, and it's just like, oh my God.
Bruce gets upstairs, he sees Roper's still alive, he gives him the thumbs up, Roper gives him the thumbs up back. Tanya's dead. Roper looks really sad. Oh, damn it, my lady of the night that I've only known for about 3 days is dead. I'm really sad about that. But the prisoners have won. And then the helicopters arrive.
Well, you got like the aftermath. They come out and it's like daylight, and it's like after a real heavy pub scene, isn't it?
Because there's just bodies everywhere.
So, oh my God! And they just come out. Roper's just like, yeah, and Bruce gives him a thumbs up. Hey,
that was a good one.
But Lalo Schifrin's score though, when in that fight sequence, and you get this bit where when he's actually killed, you get a sound of a horn and then the piano and stuff. And I was thinking it's quite funny because Lalo Schifrin does all the Dirty Harry stuff.
Yeah, he does. That's another thing he does.
So it's like there's some similar. It's around the same era, some similar sort of stuff going on for sure. But yeah. Everything, like you say, film gods, everything in this movie, like John Saxon's Kung Fu is incredible in this movie. There's so many good things. Do you know what I mean?
The ending, you don't often get the words "the end" on a film, but the last shot we see is of the bear claws stuck into a piece of wood, and then it just says "the end" in red.
You did get the end a lot in that era of films, not nowadays.
Okay, I suppose not so much anymore now.
That's why I started Shadow Death with the start.
The start,
and no one picks up on that. And I've never seen it in another film either. But yeah, the helicopter comes down, and then it's then, wah, dun, 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 and at that point you go, yeah.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, back in the day, I would have just hit rewind and started again.
I was literally about to say, yeah, can I watch it again?
And in fact, there was some Saturdays, before my paper round, where I'd just spin forward through to the fight scenes only, Yeah,
that's true.
Just watch them as well, It's just...
Well, that was amazing. I give that a wooden-handed thumb up.
Me too. I give that 4 women's hands in William's bedroom out of 10.
So
Please
good.
understand if I missed anybody out. It's been a long day.
If you haven't seen it, watch that shit now. Watch The Substance. But Enter the Dragon, honestly, I definitely could be some of you out there listening to this going, I haven't seen Enter the Dragon. Watch it.
Yeah, it's incredible. And what's incredible about it is it's probably the only Western martial arts film from around that time, really, that actually did it.
It was Warner Brothers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Well, Warner Brothers and Robert Klaus also did, as I've said, China O'Brien 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And they did a few other movies as well. So they were really trying to push it. Yeah. And if it wasn't for them, then you wouldn't have got your Van Dammes and your other stuff as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It's all steps towards where we are now, really.
Right, it's getting late. Let's get out of here and come back for the outro.
Man, you come right out of a comic book.
And we're back.
That was my birthday episode 175. Wow. 10 out of 10 films from me.
Happy birthday.
2 films that don't really go together, but also I fucking love them both for very different reasons. Let's do a remix between that and the Enter the Dragon.
Yes, no, do Bruce Lee sounds on top.
Gotta pump it up. To pump it up. Amazing. Well, that was episode 175. Thank you for joining me on my birthday shenanigans, Gav, and all of you listeners.
And listeners, thank you.
So, coming up next.
What's next? Oh, I think I remember the next one.
It's Patron Pick. Episode 176. RJ McCready.
Yep.
Our patron has picked Commando.
I don't know.
From 1985.
Wow.
And Taken from 2008. 2 movies about dads trying to get their daughters back.
I know. How cool is that? It's a theme. We both have daughters and we are dads.
Yeah. So does RJ.
I have reviewed Commando with Gary Hill many a year ago.
Ah.
And I drank a bottle of red wine while I did it, remember?
Wow. Bloody hell. Well, that's going to be fun, and probably more quotes from us during at least Commando, maybe even Taken. After that, it's a bacon sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Episode 177. We are doing a Kevin Bacon special.
The bacon pouch for Dan.
Oh, the bacon package. We'll be covering 2 films from the 90s.
Yeah.
Tremors from 1990.
How cool.
And Stir of Echoes from 1999.
Yeah.
Which came out, I think, the same year as Sixth Sense, and is quite similar.
I quite like Stir of Echoes. I got it on DVD. I don't know, something about it. I quite like it.
It's really good. It's really good. And then after that, for episode 178, we're going to be doing a director special / a franchise special, because we'll be looking at Wes Craven again. And we're going to be covering Scream 2 and Scream 3.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, 97 and 2000 respectively.
Oh, cool.
Because we covered Scream 1 a while back when we did a Wes Craven special.
Oh, nice.
So
I've got some films to look forward to.
Yeah, so just to recap, that's Commando, Taken, Tremors, Stir of Echoes, Scream 2 and Scream 3 all over the next 3 episodes.
All right, wicked.
It's going to be fan-fucking-tastic.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Right, so before we get out of here, I'll just do my usual bits and bobs, and then we'll say our good nights and goodbyes. So thanks, everybody, again for listening. Birthday Shenanigans. We have been and always will be the podcast on Haunted Hill. I'm not going to do that for every single one. Can you do a Bruce Lee wah in between? No, don't.
I could be like a rap song from the 90s. The other word, I'll just sort of say it again.
Like the Beastie Boys.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are a proud member. of Legion Podcast Network. It doesn't work.
It sounds shit.
You can find out more about Legion Podcast if you go to their website, which is legionpodcast.com. You can find all of our episodes on there, as well as all the other shows episodes. And we're also under the Deadbolt Media umbrella, which we'll talk more about in just a moment. Talked about it in the intro with Amanda. We have a Facebook page, which is just the podcast on Haunted Hill. Go there, join us, join our crazy team and family of weirdos. It's fantastic. It's been running for 11 years now. And Legion have their own Facebook page as well, Legion Podcast. Go search that out as well. If you want to contact us, our email address is the podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com if you want to message us, send us questions or anything else. And wherever you're listening to us now is where you can continue to listen to us. We are in most places. Just Google the podcast on Haunted Hill, but we're on Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Podbean, and all the other bits and bobs. And our Instagram handle is the podcast on Haunted Hill Insta.
Yeah.
And Deadbolt Films is the production company that we are part of and run and own. And that is deadboltfilms.com for the website. You can find out more about all of our short films, feature films, this podcast, Gab's other podcast, which is called
The High Strangeness Podcast,
as well as lots of comics that we've done, Bone Idol Comics being one of our affiliates. We've got it all going on there. Come join Deadbolt Films. We have a YouTube channel, Deadbolt Films. What's happening in a couple of days on there, Gav?
Yeah, Amanda is released on the 19th. So please do check it out, 19th April, Amanda. So do check it out. It's a found footage movie. It's free. It won't take up lots of your time. It's in, it's out. Boom. And yeah, if you're around, you know, sort of the lower part of England this weekend and you've got nothing to do, come see us at Horrified.
You can be in and out of Amanda in just over an hour.
Oh.
Hello. Yeah, that's happening. That's really exciting. I'm really excited for everybody to see Amanda.
I'm really, really intrigued of what the found footage community thinks of it. I've tried to keep with the rules of found footage films. There's a few rules you have to keep to. Like no music. Why is the camera here? It's got to be a valid reason. It's, So I've tried to do my best with it and give every reason a reason. Yep.
Well, I think you've done it.
Hey.
We're also part of Patreon. So if you wish to become a patron supporter and help the show financially moving forward, help us keep growing, pay for equipment, rent films, buy films, just keep things ticking over, really, then you can do so. Just go to Patreon and search for the podcast on Haunted Hill. If you can't find Dennis on there, just email me at the podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com, or you can message me on Facebook Messenger, and I'll point you in the right direction. For as little as £1 or $1 a month, you can support the show. You will get a free t-shirt in one of 3 colours sent out to you. You will also get exclusive early access to some of our episodes. You'll also get exclusive access to all of our entire back catalogue, which is now on Patreon as well, and any additional content we throw on there. And you'll be a patron who gets a pick. So every 3 episodes, one of our beautiful patrons gets to pick the 2 films. As I've mentioned, for example, RJ is picked Commando and Taken, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Tell us why you want us to cover them, you know, and we'll read out as much or as little as you want as well.
Don't tell us anything, just say there's movies. Yeah, okay, cool.
Just that'll be random, but I'd love it. No reason, just watch these 2. Okay, cool.
As long as it's not like weird.
Yeah,
not too weird anyway.
Nothing's too weird for us.
I've seen a few things.
I'm also going to thank all of our patrons by name, which I do at the end of every episode. So thank you very much to Dante.
Thank you. Ooh.
Don Collier.
Thank you.
Matthew Godley.
Thank you.
Jamie Jenkins.
Thank you.
Kevin S. Fife. Man, you come right out of a comic book.
Thank you.
Sarah K. Bullshit, Mr. Handman.
Thank you.
Rachel, I'm too busy looking good.
Thank you.
RJ McCready, be water, my friend.
Thank you.
And Lex Boo, a cup of tea, Mr. Braithwaite.
Thank you. What choice is Ender?
Well, you know. So there we go. Some Bruce Lee quotes and shouts for you all.
Very good.
Those are all your mottos for the next week. Follow them. Yes, so that is it from us for this birthday episode.
Yes, well done. Happy birthday to you. Everybody go and say happy birthday down on Facebook.
Thank you. Well, it's a good night from a one-handed man who runs an opium island full of prostitutes who escaped from a Shaolin temple.
Wow.
Yep.
Green light. Yeah, it's a good night from Bruce himself.
And it's a good night from Demi Moore's disjointed face on the back of a big blobby beast with tits coming out of its face.
And it's a good night from you.
Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
And it's a good night from me.
And it's a good night from Pump It Up. Good night.
Pump it up. Pump it up. Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.